funny.
Sometimes life just makes you chuckle a little bit. Sometimes you just get a little LOL to start your day. Hello, welcome in the Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate, yada, yada, yada.
No, don't do that. You need to really identify yourself because someone may be listening and,
My name is Rob Brown. This is the Rob Brown Show. That guy over there, that seductive voice you hear, that is the great one, Lonzo, the alpha and the omega of the Fan Upstate. We're glad to have you. It's 4 hours of sports talk excellence, beginning right this very second. Ready? Go. So, for those of you that have not joined us on our live stream at some point, first off, may I suggest you do that because, frankly, it's awesome. And we got a good little community of folks over there that usually there's 20, 25 people that hang out pretty much the entire show. People are in there talking about sports and food and life and basically and generally making fun of me for 4 hours.
I don't want to make a correction here, but I'm going to. It's not a little community. It's a sturdy community.
A very sturdy community.
Yes, we are all sturdy together.
And so for those of you that have not followed the stream, one of the things that I have started doing the last couple of weeks is I pop up a little countdown timer about anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes before we go on the air. That way people have time to pull up the stream and get it on their device of choice and have it ready when the show starts. And usually, and there's not a ton, but usually there's, 4, 5, 6, 7 people that'll go ahead and jump in while the countdown timer is going. This morning, there were 6 people that were watching the countdown timer, 10 minutes, 9 minutes, 8 minutes, down to a minute.
So they were listening to the music.
Yeah, I guess, because as soon as there's a 10-minute timer that starts again anywhere from 5 to 10 minutes out, depending on how long it takes me to finish up getting the show ready. And then there's a second timer, which is like a 10-second timer. That's like a graphic. It's like a welcome intro graphic. Yeah. And so I rolled that timer, and the minute we switched from the 10-second timer to the from the 10-minute timer to the 10-second timer, I can do this. It stayed the same, but the minute the 10-second timer hit 0 and the graphic came up that said it's time, the Rob Brown Show is live, it went from 6 to 0 that fast. Like everybody was like banging intro music, not sticking around for this clown. I love it. I love it. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. Great to have you. Happy Tuesday. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. I am, as mentioned just mere moments ago, Rob Brown. And on the other side of the metaphorical glass this morning is, of course, the great one himself, is, of course, Lonzo, who's in charge of this radio broadcast and all radio broadcasts that you like. Good morning, Lonzo. I just needed it ready for
okay, because you faked the throw there. I thought you were going to play something, and I didn't want to step over it, and so I waited, and you didn't play anything.
Well, now it's not working anyway. Just excellent timing. So say hello to the people while I.
Lonzo is a superstar.
There it is.
Yeah. Hello.
Dork.
You got it. You got it. Cool.
We got a show lined up for you. We got a show lined up for you today, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up in the opening hour of the show here in just a few minutes from now, Carolina Panthers got a big bit of news yesterday. Good news, bad news. It's up to you to decide. We won't know until the 29th of October, the next time that the Carolina Panthers take to the field against the Houston Texans, whether it's a good move, it's a bad move, it's a dud move, or it's a firework of a move. And we'll tell you what that move is coming up here in just a minute from right now. Coming up at 6:40. I don't know about you. I love the Olympics. I love the Olympics. I don't care. Judge as you will. I love the Olympics. They're fun. All right?
America.
Yes.
America.
I'm talking to America here.
There's a lot of sports in the Olympics that I watch precisely one time every 4 years. All right? There's a lot that I'm like, hey, like if it's on and it's a great competition, maybe I'll watch outside of the Olympics. But predominantly, when the Olympics come on, Rob Brown becomes a track and field expert. I become an aquatics competition expert. Y'all, you want somebody who can judge the high dive? I'm your boy. All right? I'm your guy. I become an expert. And now there is breaking news out of the world of the Olympics that I am very excited about, because the 2028 games in Los Angeles, California, just got mildly Americanized. And we'll talk about that coming up later on in the radio broadcast at 7 o'clock. We got our water cooler cheat sheet, which this year or this morning is kind of interesting because I didn't recognize when I was doing my show prep last night, and I am not flexible at all. Two of the stories in the water cooler cheat sheet are getting talked about in the 6 o'clock hour, but whatever, shut up. It's still going to be good. Then at 7:20, it has been a couple of weeks since we got there, but at 7:20, it is time to hand out our
That is not real.
awards of the week. And I got a bunch of them. So I am between here and 7:20 looking for your nominations for the Rob Brown Show.
That is not real.
Awards. We're going to hand those out for the week. It's a weekly award show we do right here on the Fan Upstate. So I need those between here and 7:20. At 7:40, there is one position unit. We've talked a lot of Clemson ball. They were on the bye week this week. So, we gave them the rest that they deserved. But it's time to get back into Tiger football because they are getting prepared to get back into the thick of ACC play. And there is one position group, one position unit that has not been talked about that I can say has quantifiably been getting better by week. Quantifiably. Metrics. I can point and go, here's how I know this group is getting better. And it's a big one. It's a very important one. So we're going to talk about that coming up later on in the show. That's going to be at 7:40. Then at 8 o'clock, your NFL power rankings. We're going to take a look up and down the worst 5 and the best 10 teams in the NFL based on my opinion and nothing else. So we'll do that at 8. Then at 8:20, Mark Shelley is the play-by-play voice of your Greenville Swamp Rabbits. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's hockey season, all right? Yes, it's football season. It's still baseball season, but now it's also hockey season. And this Saturday, your Greenville Swamp Rabbits have their home opener, and we will talk a little hockey coming up with Mark Shelley at 8:20. At 8:40, we're going to talk a little more Panther football because something very interesting is happening. There has been another couple of injuries for the Panthers. They are piling up rapidly, and I'm going to ask the question, how much leeway, if any, do you give the Carolina Panther coaching staff for having to work through a litany of injuries? Because now Shaq Thompson's, Von Bell, and on top of that, Laviska Shenault, Yetur Gross-Matos, Frankie Louvu, Calvin Throckmorton, all on the injury report at this point. So how much, if any, leeway do you give to the Cats based on the number of injuries that they've got going on? Before we do any of that, ladies and gentlemen, we used to do these on Monday. We may go back to doing them on Monday, but I wanted to try a new day, okay? I wanted to try something new. I would like today to be, for one reason and one reason alone, Lonzo, Hot Take Tuesday.
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
You know what the one reason I want to do Hot Take Tuesday is?
Why would because of alliteration?
Because of alliteration.
Okay, I was going to say, why would it not be?
That is the only reason. I thought, okay, we can do Hot Take Tuesday.
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
For the alliteration, or we can do Hot Take Thursday for the alliteration. But if like Hot Take Tuesday just rolls better, right? It just feels better. Hot Take Tuesday sounds like a thing that's planned out. And it also lets us include Monday Night Football in there when it comes down to it. So here is what I want you guys to do all show long. I want your hot takes from the weekend, all right? I gave you mine yesterday. My hot take was about Beamer in the postgame press conference for South Carolina. It caused a wee bit of debate and discussion here on the radio broadcast. So I'm looking for your hot takes. They can be Carolina Panther hot takes, Clemson Tiger hot takes, South Carolina Gamecock hot takes. They can be whatever you want the hot takes to be, but I want your hot takes, and I want them now. So here's what I want you to do. What I want you to do is give us a call at 844-326-3663. 844-326-3663. I want you to hit us up with your hot take. I want to know what your hot take is, and we're going to read them throughout the show. And coming up at 9 a.m., it's your segment. We will recap all of our hot takes for the day. So I am looking for your hot take right now on the phone line at 844-326-3663. Callers always get on the air. I also want to go on the madworldattractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. Texter says, Rob, hot take.
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
South Carolina finds a way to win 4 more games. I don't know how, but it happens. Digs out 4 more wins. Says, I don't know how, but it's going to happen. So I put up a little video yesterday because I am a millennial. Ugh. Put up a little video.
You are, though, aren't you?
Technically, I'm an older millennial. I'm like right on the ancient cusp of millennials. I'm like right in the beginning of millennialism.
Yeah, but you're the one who helped start all the thoughts that people have about millennials as an elder millennial.
We are the greatest generation. All right.
Yeah.
We gave you people the advancements that you have in the internet. All right. You think you got an iPhone?
Whole lot of you
not.
people going on this week. I've noticed.
I mean, you're the one who just said all the things that people think about millennials. Well, we're gonna push. Millennials are pushing back. You know why?
As we've said many times,
guys anymore. We didn't do TikTok. We did iPhones, but not TikTok.
Stereotypes are rooted in truth. So, I mean, that's all I'm saying.
So
who did give us TikTok? That'd be like Gen Y or Z or one of those.
What generation comes after millennials? It is Generation Alpha. Gen Z. Okay, hang on, wait. Gen Y, millennials from 80 to 94. Gen Z from 95 to 09. Gen Alpha 2010 to 2024. So I'm going to say Gen Z, maybe? I'm going to say Gen Z gave us TikTok, which I now have to make TikTok videos. And I think I hate them. I think I hate them for it. Don't blame it on the millennials. We didn't do it.
So you have a new addiction, which is making TikTok videos, and you're acting like you're being forced to do it. But I guess if you want to be relevant, supposedly, and
no one here is like, Rob, make TikTok videos.
And you want China to know who you are.
But I'd like my career to advance at some point.
Yeah, because making it to the morning show, that's
big step.
It's a large step.
Now the thing is, how do we get this show on in other markets? There's always a next step, Lonzo. There's always a next step. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am asking for your
It's getting hot in here. So hot.
hot takes on a Hot Take Tuesday. Texter said it's hot take. It's never over till it's over. The amazing last seconds of the Triumph game last Saturday. On to the playoffs. Let's go. That's from Carpool Mom. Good morning, Carpool Mom, and thank you for the text. Yes, it was incredible. Yes, it was electric. Yes, I wish we would have won so that we could have had a home playoff game. But hey, sometimes just punching the ticket is the best you got to do. Now we just got to go to Charlotte, get 3 points there, and see what happens. Let's go, Greenville Triumph. Let's take a break. When we come back here, wait a minute. I have got to find out if this is accurate. Patrick is up in our stream right now, which of course you can be all up in our stream too at facebook.com/thefanupstate, twitter.com/thefanupstate, on YouTube by searching and subscribing to the Fan Upstate, and by searching and subscribing to the Rob Brown Show on Twitch if you're a millennial. That's a great way to do it. He says Clayton White has made his X account private as of yesterday. Of course, Clayton White is the defensive coordinator at the University of South Carolina. He is currently sitting on 28,500 followers on Twitter, or X, the platform formerly known as Twitter, or whatever we're going with today.
Is that what that lock is for? The lock
yes.
Things? Okay, because I'm looking at the lock.
Yes, these posts are protected. Only approved followers can see Clayton White's post. That's a very interesting development because Clayton White has absolutely been under fire since that Saturday night defeat, or late Saturday afternoon defeat at the hands of the mighty Florida Gators.
Is
We'll
that
dive back into that later in the show.
Yeah, because in today's age, that's a sign of weakness, isn't it?
What?
Locking your account.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I mean that's
weakness or avoidance, right? Like weakness or like I just don't feel like dealing with this bleep right now.
yeah. Just don't look at it. I mean, this is saying I know I'm under fire. I don't. Okay, all right.
Hot as fish grease, bro.
All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, the big breaking news out of Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday, Frank Reich made an announcement. We will have some audio from that press conference as well as some thoughts on what it means for the next iteration, if there is one, of the Carolina Panther offense. Tell you what Frank Reich announced he was doing moving forward yesterday, next on the show. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Ladies and gentlemen, happy Tuesday. This is the Fan Upstate.
Gables.
All right, guys, quick live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be back in just a few seconds. Don't go anywhere. They don't have the continuum care retirement community status that the Gables on Pelham does. They may not have the best assisted living, memory care, skilled nursing. They may not have an MD who visits the facility at least 2 times every I do not think is 42 and sunny out.
That's I saw it on TV. It must be true. No, I don't believe anything that TV puts up there because of that. Maybe I should email engineering and tell them that there's something wrong with it. Or better yet, just call. Or maybe I should just run downstairs and do something. I'm not going to say what. This. I'm trying to be vague to see if you actually get what I'm talking about.
I didn't, and I'm thinking through it right now. and it's not going well.
If you want to get in someplace,
the most elaborate ding dong ditch of all time. No, the most annoying ding dong ditch of all time.
it would be if we ever remember to do it.
I know, right? I wonder how many times consecutively you could push it before he would want to fight me.
It might be a good bit for the Upstate Pulse to send someone down there with their cell phone
Every segment.
and just
Every segment.
and be live on the air pushing the button to see what. Yeah, but see, I wouldn't want people to actually show up in the parking lot and start doing that. That's the only reason why I wouldn't do that. So Odie convinced me to leave the phone lines open Saturday. And we did get a phone call from a guy whose brother is big time into squatching.
Squatch.
Since we missed the squatch festival.
Oh, did we miss the
again.
festival?
Yeah. He's doing it on Tuesday now? I thought he did that on Wednesdays. Hmm.
Offsides with Mark Ryan.
Good morning.
He just can't help himself. Just can't help himself. But hey, man, we all got our thing. Ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show is on your radio. Yesterday, Frank Reich got in front of a camera. And yesterday, Frank Reich announced, and I'm going to go to a couple of clips here. Great one. I'm going to start with clip number 1. Frank Reich announced that he was going to be handing over play calling duties starting at the end of the bye week. This is Frank Reich making his announcement to the assembled media in Charlotte, North Carolina yesterday.
Obviously, you saw reports out that I'm turning the play calling duties over to Thomas Brown. Those reports are accurate. It's always been part of the plan, something Thomas and I have discussed from the time that he was hired. I'm excited for this for Thomas. I'm excited for our team and our offense. Thomas is a stud. He's a great leader. He's a brilliant offensive mind. We all have a lot of confidence in him. And, sometimes, and I think the timing is right. This has been something, even from the beginning, that I've talked through with Mr. Tepper and Scott from the beginning of the season. Thought that this bye week was going to be a checkpoint. And really been thinking hard about it the last couple of weeks and kind of knew it was leaning this way. But here we are, and I'm excited to turn that over to Thomas and know he's going to do a great job for our team.
Thomas Brown is a 37-year-old former running back, now the OC of the Carolina Panthers, and he will not just be the OC, but he will be the OPC, as in the offensive play caller, starting on the 29th of October when the Carolina Panthers take on the Houston Texans, both teams coming off of the bye.
And apparently he's a stud. I don't know if you caught that.
I did
Because
catch
I
that.
don't know what that means, but okay.
I did catch that. He is a stud. Now, Thomas Brown came over from the LA Rams, where he worked under Sean McVay.
Was he a stud there?
Well, he was named the assistant head coach under Sean McVay.
How'd that work out for him? Because he's not.
I would argue
doing
real well
that
because
anymore.
for a minute there, Sean McVay, everybody thought he was leaving, right? They went to the Super Bowl. They ended up sending Matt Stafford to the Super Bowl. They came off the Super Bowl. And everybody went, okay, they won a Super Bowl, and now they're not going to be that good because this team kind of blew up a little bit from the inside. So maybe Sean McVay's going to step away. And Sean McVay even was being kind of vague about the possibility that he might call it a day. And, if that dude would have bounced, who's more primed to take over that role than the assistant head coach, Thomas Brown? I will also say that Thomas Brown, by all accounts, was a highly sought-after prize. He was a guy that once Sean McVay announced he was coming back and Thomas Brown was going to go look for another job, there were a number of guys in line. In fact, Thomas Brown really was, to me, one of the guys in the beginning of the latest round of moves by the front office of the Panthers that I went, oh, they're actually putting some effort in here because this is not a nobody. They didn't just go get some guy who had some mediocre success somewhere and said, this is our OC now. They brought in a guy who was considered a prize, much like they did with the defensive coordinator in the hiring of Ejiro Evero. A dude that was highly sought after, a dude that had some head coaching opportunities or at least interviews that were scheduled that he went to, didn't get any of those, and Carolina made the jump, which was not a cheap hire. So these two guys collectively, as the coordinators of offense and defense for the Panthers, were two of the hires that made me this past offseason go, oh, damn, they're actually trying.
All right, everything you said is awesome. It really is. But why wait till what is this, week 7 or game 7 for the Panthers to go? You know what? We're 0-6. Here, you do it. I mean, because this is, you know what's coming up next. You know what's coming up. The next thing we're going to get.
Rookie showdown.
No, the vote of confidence.
Ah, yes. No, we're not.
We're going to get the vote of confidence.
So
we
Lonzo is, for those of you that are just tuning in, Lonzo is convinced that Frank Reich's not making it out of season number 1. I disagree vehemently. We'll have that discussion down the road, but I want to answer the question that you asked a second ago, which is, why now? Why this move right now? Well, there's two possible reasons that seem the most likely.
Hello, this is David Tepper. I'd like to speak to Frank Reich, please.
That is part of it because Frank Reich, after the last 2 games, both times has said that he and David Tepper have had meetings one-on-one, and he described them as uncomfortable, right? Now, he could be saying they're uncomfortable because Tep's like, hey, do your job or I'll find someone who will. Or they could be uncomfortable in that Tepper is sitting down and going, hey, look, we got to figure this out. We got to fix it now, and I task you with this. And it is uncomfortable to stare any boss in the face when your job is not being done, right? Even if it's a very tall order, to fail and then have to stare down your boss and the boss go, why did you fail? Even if you have genuinely good reasons, that's a tough thing to do. Now, why would this move get made now? In my opinion, there's one of 2 reasons. In that clip, Frank Reich says, and I believe this is very possibly true. In that clip, Frank Reich says, the bye week was always a benchmark week for us. The bye week was always going to be a time, whether we were 6-0, 0-6, or anywhere in the middle, the bye week was going to be the moment that we pushed the pause button and we evaluated. If we're 6-0, probably an easy evaluation. If we're 0-6, going to be real difficult questions coming down the pipe. But Frank Reich said the bye week was always a benchmark, and here we are with that benchmark, and this is what we decided. But that still doesn't answer the question, why would you make the change? It makes the question, it answers the question to some degree, why you would make the change now. Well, it's a bye week. Thomas Brown now has 2 weeks. Bryce Young has 2 weeks. The offense has 2 weeks to work with Thomas Brown to figure out what, if any, changes he's going to make. And I think there are going to be a few that come down the pipe. I think one thing that is a hallmark of the offense that Thomas Brown learned that he would bring over from LA, a lot more pre-snap motion. We don't have a lot of pre-snap motion in Carolina. They're one of the least motion-y teams, yeah, that's how you say that, in the National Football League right now. Right? I think it's like them and the Cowboys that are using motion on fewer than 8% of their snaps. Now, the deeper you get into offensive philosophy, especially in today's football, the more important offensive motion becomes. Because it's not just about move the receiver over there. There's a lot of things that motion can do for you. Number 1, it can help you diagnose the defense, right? If I send a guy over, somebody goes with him, they're probably in a man. If I move him over and nobody goes with him, they're probably in a zone. Now, if I'm Bryce Young, I can go, okay, these safeties or those cornerbacks are likely in a zone, and I know the two crossing routes on the outside are likely to transition from an outside zone to an inside zone. So if I know this zone likely ends at the hash and that zone ends at the hash, and I'm bringing a receiver on a cross while a tight end runs the seam through that zone, that linebacker is going to have two men in his zone at the same time. One of them's got to be my guy. The other thing that motion can do is create momentum for a wide receiver. So if I'm running a screen or I'm running a slant or an outside route, right, because I need 4 yards, so I need a guy to just run the quick out to the chains, motion puts him with some degree of momentum in that direction, which means he's got a leg up on any DB who is standing still. So motion is wildly important to an offense, and we don't do that. The other thing I'm interested to see if this changes is if you go back and watch the game, any game, more often than not, Carolina's coming out of the huddle, and this is part of the reason I think that Frank Reich said last week they're simplifying the playbook. If you watch these games, almost any given snap, Carolina breaks the huddle with like 9-10 seconds left on the play clock, which means they're running up to the line, and Bryce has about 5 to 7 seconds to look at a defense and make the call. Well, how many times have I told you? Bryce Young is not going to beat you with raw athleticism. That's what C.J. Stroud is doing. That's what Anthony Richardson was doing, though Jim Irsay said yesterday his season might be over. Bryce Young's going to beat you by seeing what you're doing, recognizing what you're doing, and mentally beating you before he even snaps the football. The problem with that is if your offense is coming to the line with 5, 6, 7 seconds left on the play clock before you snap the ball, he doesn't really have time to do that. And then because there's so limited time on the play clock that he can't get guys going in motion, that takes a tool out of the pocket of Bryce Young that he could use to diagnose said defenses. So the simplification of the playbook, I think, is in part done to get the Panthers out of the huddle to the line of scrimmage, set faster so that Bryce has another 4, 5, 6, 7 seconds to look, to scan the defense, to see who's where and what they're likely doing, to put guys in motion, to see how the defense responds to that, to get a better idea on the read that he needs to make. I think this is helpful. Frank Reich was not doing those things. Thomas Brown comes over from the Sean McVay offense, a team that frequently uses motion, a team that frequently uses the hurry-up offense. Hurry-up offense is a great weapon for a team if you've got a QB smart enough to run it. Well, you're better with Bryce Young. That's why you drafted the guy. You drafted him because he is a high-level thinker. High-level thinker needs to understand how to coordinate the no-huddle offense, the speed offense. Down, whistle, ball is set, get on the line. I'll make the adjustments and call the next play from there. You guys get in with me. I think that this is a big move because of how Thomas Brown, I think, will call plays. Now, again, haven't seen it yet. He was not the offensive coordinator under Sean McVay. He was the assistant head coach, but he was a position coach. He was a running backs and tight ends coach, not an OC. So we haven't actually seen Thomas Brown at the NFL level calling plays yet. But if he brings little parts of McVay's offense over, I think, and I will acknowledge that I am being optimistic here because we're 0-6. There's nowhere to go but up. But optimistically, if he brings that element of Sean McVay's offense to the Carolina Panthers, it throws in some complexity. It throws another tool into the tool set of Bryce Young. It gives him better opportunities to succeed versus Frank Reich, whose play calling to me, and I've not been shy about this, was boring and predictable and, frankly, quite slow.
Damn, son, that is one compelling argument.
That's what I do.
Yeah, but I don't believe anything you just said. And I think our roles might have been reversed when we switched to morning. I don't know what happened there, but you're optimistic. I am not. This switch happened because one week Frank Reich didn't know who was in there. The next week he made another mistake on play calling. He is in there because he got that phone call saying, hey, we can't have you embarrassing us by going out there and admitting that you didn't know what was going on. So obviously the job of doing all this is too much for you. Maybe it's time to delegate. and probably maybe said it in a nice way, although Tepper doesn't seem like the kind of guy to sugarcoat. He seems like the kind of guy to come in and say, hey, this needs to change right now. Here's what I want you to do. You can't. It's bad enough that the team is 0-6. Reich has made it worse by some of the things that he said on the mic in front of the media, making himself look less than competent.
First off, I want you to know I don't have a problem with anything you just said. I absolutely, because remember, you go back 2 weeks ago when the Adam Thielen play that wasn't got called, Lonzo, I was furious the next morning, right? I was furious the next day because I don't understand how an NFL head coach who is also demanding that he be the play caller, because that's kind of feels like what happened. I don't understand how Frank Reich, A, calls a play who is for a guy who's not in the game. B, calls a play for a guy who's not in the game that is designed only to go to that guy. A pass play, by the way, not a run play, right? It's not like he called a power ISO for Miles Sanders and then went, Miles not in there. It's a pass play. So you called a pass play to a guy who wasn't in the game, designed only to go to the guy that wasn't in the game, then had to call a timeout to fix it. A timeout in a game that who knows how valuable that timeout was going to come down to being late in the game or late in that half. That was trash. And I got to tell you, if I was Scott Fitterer, if I was Dave Tepper, that is absolutely a moment that I would have questioned the capability of Frank Reich to be a play caller. I 100% would have called him to the office and be like, hey, I need to know what happened here. Was this that bad of a botch? Is there any reason that I'm missing why this pathetic moment happened? So you might not be wrong. It may just very well be a spot where Tep went, hey, Frank, listen, offensively, we are the highest scoring team in the NFC South. Freaking somehow. But we're not where we expected to be with this quarterback. We're not where we expected to be with the talent. We spent money on this. This is not good enough. So we want to try something new. We're going to go with TB. But you'll notice in that sound we played, Frank Reich repeatedly says, I, me. Did he make this decision? Or did this decision come down from Tepper in one of those uncomfortable meetings? I'm going to tell you right now, Lonzo, I think I'm right while fully acknowledging that you might be as well. And it could be anywhere in the middle. It may be that Frank Reich has embarrassed himself as a play caller. It might be that they go, you know what, we're simplifying the playbook, but we need to add some new wrinkles, so we're going to try something new. It may be somewhere in the middle. Here's what I know. I think the offense can look better with this if Thomas Brown has got a good head on his shoulders. October 29th, Carolina Panthers, Houston Texans. We'll find out. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute to some of the greatest audio I've heard in a very long time on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Matthew says, as crazy as it may seem, I don't see the offense as the problem. I'm not surprised that the crazy young O-line is overwhelmed, that a rookie quarterback is slow to come around. Our defense is the problem. I am not impressed with the new DC. The defense has taken 10 steps backwards. Sure, there were some losses to free agency, but not enough for the D to completely fall apart. I think the new DC is overrated, has a bad scheme, and needs his opportunity as a head coach to get rid of him.
By the way, Matthew, I said that after watching one practice that I was concerned about the defense, and I was shot down by a couple of people. And I'm not trying to do I was right. I don't want, no, I don't want to be right. I would rather they be undefeated and the defense looks stellar, but it didn't, and it doesn't. And one thing the Panthers have been able to hang their hat on the last couple of years is at least the defense was good. And they can't do that this year.
I think, Matthew, that first off, I don't love the switch to a 3-4. I've always been a 4-3 guy. I believe the 4-3 is better. I don't like a 3-4. I've never liked a 3-4. I understand some great defensive coordinators have used a 3-4. I don't believe in a 3-4. I believe in a 4-3 always. That being said, I understand why you wanted to go 3-4. Derek Brown is a prototype nose tackle. I think that It checks out to me that the preseason didn't look great because it was an install of a brand new offense. But I will say in season, my theory, though I am not going to say reason, but my theory that it's been a struggle defensively is the fact that Carolina is, let's see who, I think Carolina leads the league in three and outs right now, or at least they're very close to it.
You're welcome, and thank you for listening, Matthew. And sometimes I wish I was Rob and not me, but I know Rob probably doesn't think the same thing, but you know, we are us.
You're Lonzo, man.
Yeah, I know, but I noticed on your TikTok you unzipped a little, which was a good move.
I kind of liked it.
You should go straight up Christian turtleneck. You got to do it. I mean, after what I was seeing yesterday, I mean, just the vision. You don't have to cut off the sleeves.
The Carolina Panthers actually, hilariously, on third down conversions, success rate are inside of the top 15. They are completing they are successfully converting.
Well, when you throw interceptions on
40%.
second down, then you don't get to third down. I just that could be.
No, that's third down conversion rate is a percentage.
Oh, okay. All right. So whenever they have third downs, they're good at
converting at about 40%.
They may not get there very often.
Now, that being said, that puts them behind Chicago, Arizona, Green Bay, Tampa, Detroit, LA, Rams. San Francisco,
Chicago
Miami,
is high on the. Let's see. That shows
Chicago
you
is converting third downs at a 40.5%.
What does that
rate.
stat really mean then?
Number of third downs converted. Now, I will also say,
a couple of the worst teams in the league are really good at converting third downs.
Yeah, I mean that's if you're looking for something to grow on. But I would also say they have fewer third downs by a lot.
That's what I'm saying. So if it's a percentage
success rate. If I try something 100 times and you try it 50 times and I convert it 25 times and you convert it 50 times, our percentage success rate is the same. We are successful at the same, we have a same success rate, but you're just in a position to do it.
Except for I obviously have much more athletic prowess. So, I mean, come on. One thing I can't do is throw out the first pitch and it be a strike. There's no way I could never do that. I'm hitting someone in the crowd, right in the forehead, probably. Not on purpose.
What is the McAfee clip here?
I swear he wrote that just to tick me off.
I mean,
well, no, it's more about you being the maestro. You built you up so much. I mean, you're good and everything, great, according to the South Carolina Broadcasters Association. But I mean,
keeper of cool.
Yeah, but you know what you'll never be? A with and an and. So there's that.
With Lonzo. So we talked a little bit in the last segment about the decision for Frank Reich to hand over play calling duties to Thomas Brown, the offensive coordinator. Now, we're going to discuss and debate what that means for the actual offense. But the question mark that I have is, what does it mean for the growth and development of Bryce Young? Well, yesterday on the Pat McAfee Show, Pat and the gang took a run at breaking that down. And I like what they had to say. I wonder if you will as well. Here is the cast and crew of the Pat McAfee Show and their thoughts on the decision to change play calling responsibilities.
Frank Reich was the first play caller for Bryce Young. They have a miserable start. Now you got a second play caller for Bryce Young. If this doesn't go well, are they going to think about turning over? And then next year we have a third play caller to start the season. And then is this already happening for Bryce? Is it already happening for Bryce Young, AJ?
It sounds like it, and it sucks because at the quarterback position, I think so much of your success or failure relies on everything around you, not only the weapons around you, the offensive line, but also the coaching staff and who is calling those offensive plays. I give credit to Frank Reich, I guess, if he feels like if he steps out of the way, their offense can get going a little bit. But, man, for Bryce Young, it's a tough start.
He's handing over the play calling duties, offense coordinator Thomas Brown, says Mike Garafolo and Rappaport. Brown, who's 37 years old, is highly regarded.
Okay.
All right, Thomas Brown's going to do his thing. Now, the good thing about hiring an offensive head coach, okay, one that calls plays, is if you have success with the quarterback, you don't have to worry about that person leaving.
That's right.
So now Frank Reich, who's the head coach and was the play caller, removes himself. So let's say Thomas Brown comes in, who's highly regarded, 37-year-old, and does very well. It's like there's going to be teams that start snooping around. And then is Frank Reich back to calling plays? Are we trying to find another offensive coordinator? What is Frank Reich
I got good
doing?
news. I got good news for you.
Okay.
If it doesn't work out with this guy, we got one of the brightest young minds in football. Colts offensive coordinator last year, Parks Frazier, is their passing game coordinator. So he's next to step in. I think it's going to be just fine.
So there you go. The cast and crew of the McAfee Show breaking this thing down, and they hit really 3 different points. Number one, the concern for BY, because changing offensive coordinators, and I'm not going to try to put lipstick on a pig. I think the expression goes for this. Changing offensive coordinators can be problematic for a quarterback, right? Now, I don't necessarily know that changing offensive coordinators this way will be as dramatic as like an off-season change, because I don't suspect that Thomas Brown is going to like install a whole new playbook for Bryce Young, right? I don't think he's going to go, hey, we're tossing everything Frank did. It's all out the window. All right, here's my playbook, Bryce. Here's the Thomas Brown playbook. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think Thomas Brown taking over the PC role, the play calling role, is effectively a fresh set of eyes on the same thing, right? You know what this is what I consider it to be, because y'all know I love a good analogy. I cook frequently. I love to cook. I made a baked ziti last week. Man, I never made ziti before. I crushed it. But as I'm making the ziti, as I'm putting together like the cheese to go on top of the shell, and then you got to put the meat gravy underneath. You got the pasta, you got to boil the pasta, but like al dente. You don't want to overdo it because it's going to bake a little more in the oven. You know what I'm saying, right? You know what I'm saying. You take a little bit of the meat sauce. You got to go sweet Italian sausage, though. You take the meat sauce, you layer it in the bottom. Then you take a layer of ziti. Little medium-sized noodle, you cook it al dente. You don't want to go any further than that because it's going to cook more in the oven. You lay it at. Then you take yourself some not ricotta cheese. What's that stuff called? What's the stuff?
Hey.
I made it a week ago. I forgot what it is already. Is it ricotta? Hang on. Wait, I got to get this right, man. I got to get this right. Wait a minute. Hang on. No, you got to leave it. I'm almost done.
No, it's not till you get back to where you need to be. You're ruining the bed.
I really am. I just killed the bed. Yeah, got the garlic and this rosemary, basil, Italian seasoning. All right, whatever. Ricotta. Yes, I was right. Okay, you take the ricotta cheese. All right, you mix a little mozzarella in there. You mix it up real nice and good, and then you just cover it with Italian seasoning. Just. You think a dash? I want you to go 3 dashes. You think 3 dashes? I want you to go 9. You mix it up real good like. Then you spread it over the noodles. Then you put another layer of the meat sauce, then another layer of the noodles, and then you go mozzarella across the top. All right? Then you throw that in the oven at 385 degrees for about 25 minutes. Bring it out. Those noodles, magnificent, huh? There you go. baked ziti, whole family's happy. What you do, you make a bunch, you eat about half of it for dinner that night. You take the other half, you wrap it up, you freeze it. It's good for as long as you need it. You're welcome. Now you know a guy. All right, so I made baked ziti. Here's the point. That was dumb. I loved it. So I made baked ziti, and as I was putting together the ziti, I would call the fiance, and what do you have to do? Hey, try this. How do you like this? What do you want? And she would go, okay, it needs more salt, it needs more pepper, it needs more Italian seasoning, it needs less seasoning, and you add more cheese to kind of squash the seasoning, whatever the case might be. You make it up as you go, but here's the thing. The dish didn't change. The ingredients didn't change. I might have added a little more over here. I might have taken a little out over here. Might have mixed it a little different. Might have mixed it more the same. Bada bing, bada boom. Right? So I had her sit there and just taste test as I'm prepping this stuff.
Yeah, but Rob, what if you have bad ingredients? A good cook can make a decent dish out of bad ingredients, but what if the ingredients are bad and you don't have a good cook?
When I was in college, you know, one of my favorite games to play, me and the boys, I lived in a fraternity house. We were wild. Listen to how wild we are. You know what one of our favorite things to do was? We did a ramen cooking competition, and these were the rules. We lived in an apartment complex. It was a frat house, but it was apartment style. And we played this game. It was Ramen Iron Chef. Remember Iron Chef? The show is one of my favorite shows of all time. And so we would play Ramen Iron Chef. And the game
I know a guy who would love you because apparently it's ramen season right now.
Oh, it's ramen season. We would do Ramen Iron Chef. And what Ramen Iron Chef was you would get a pack of ramen, and then we would all go to somebody else's apartment randomly, and you had to make a ramen dish, but you could only use what they had in their apartment, right? So you had no idea what you were doing. You go into their apartment, and whatever they had as ingredients, you could use it to make your ramen, right? And so we would all go stock fridges, and then we would all trade apartments. And you got real lucky if you drew one of the dudes that had like a girlfriend living with him, because you know there was probably some good stuff in there. And sometimes you draw that one loser single guy. You draw that one
dork
that like all he had
By the
was
way,
more ramen.
You haven't entirely lost the mobster accent. It's still,
I know.
There's still a little bit in there.
So the point here was you kind of had to have some ingenuity about you, right? Like you had to go in, and you might get stuck with that one gigantic
dork
that didn't have it. Y'all are wondering why I'm playing that clip. Don't worry, we're coming to that. But you would have to go in there, and you might have crap for ingredients, and you'd have to figure something out. That's what a good cook does. That's what a great chef does. They are able to take whatever and turn it into something, because you've got the simple rules about salt and acid and heat and flavor. Like you combine these things to get complementary, supplementary taste, whatever. I am not going to, and I don't think you nor anyone else is going to sit here and try to argue that the Carolina Panthers are just fine in the talent department and that, this is all on Frank Reich. No, I, more than anybody else, have been arguing that talent is not enough right now. They put together a roster. Don't you remember? I'm the one who 2 weeks ago ticked people off by going, hey, if you looked at this roster and you convinced yourself that this roster is a playoff roster, you're bad at it. It's on you. If you looked at this roster and went, yeah, this team's ready for a playoff run, that's on you, because it very obviously to me wasn't. But here is where we are. This is the National Football League. At the core, the worst guy in the NFL is still an incredible football player. Maybe not as incredible as some other guys, but the worst players in the league are still incredible football players. So you've got to at least set them up to be as good as they possibly can. Thomas Brown is nothing more than a fresh set of eyes. He is going to look at the same kitchen and the same ingredients that Frank Reich was looking at. But sometimes you just got to have somebody do a taste test. It needs a little more salt. It needs a little more pepper, a little more Italian seasoning, a little more cheese, whatever the case might be. It needs a little more this or a little less that, but it takes a fresh set of eyes or a fresh set of taste buds or a new thought, right? I made plenty of meals where the lady friend's like, hey, instead of that, why don't you do this? Chicken cordon bleu, one of my favorite things to cook. And I've got a specific way I do it. And she came to me one day and she goes, what if instead of, because I've always been open the chicken, put the cheese on the inside and the ham on the, and then close it back. She goes, what if you pinwheeled it? What if you You really tenderized the chicken, stretched it out, and then rolled it up and toothpicked it and made pin rolls. And it turned out to be phenomenal. I never thought about that. It was the same thing, same ingredients, same meal, but she put it together a different way, and it changed how I did things. That's what this move is. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of hour number 1. But before we take you to break and come back for hour number 2, Lonzo is going to catch you up on all the things you need to know about in sports. And he's going to do it right now with the Rob Brown Show Sports Flash. And then we're back for hour 2. Lonzo!
Don't scare me like that by yelling. Yesterday, Panthers head coach Frank Reich said he was handing play calling control over to the offensive coordinator, former Sean McVay assistant Thomas Brown. We'll see if he can teach height, because I don't know if he can do that. Last night on Monday Night Football, the Cowboys eked out a win over the Chargers 20-17. Dak Prescott threw for 246 yards and a touchdown, and the Cowboys sealed the win with a sack and an interception on the Chargers' last 2 plays. In the American League Divisional Championship, it is now 2-0 in favor of the underdogs as the Texas Rangers knocked off the Houston Astros 5-4. Tune in Thursday night at 7:30 for Thursday Night Football as the Jags take on the Saints right here on your home for the NFL, The Fan Upstate. More Rob Brown Show to come. Mad World in the first break.
Mad World in the first break.
Water cooler.
Water cooler cheat sheet out the break. Morning, guys. P Digits, Skrilla, Jacob, Jesse, Zach, Matt. Good to have all y'all. All y'all.
Everyone agains.
Now while supplies last. UpstateGolfCard.com. That's UpstateGolfCard.com.
Hey, this is Mark Ryan. Join me this Tuesday from 3 till 7 as we broadcast live from Ingles Market at 410 Pelzer Highway in Easley. We'll also be giving away a $25 Ingles gift card. See you there.
I don't know if I've ever said Ewans before. I know I've said Ewans, but not Ewans.
I'm from the South. This shit, y'all. Y'all is a very utilitarian word. It's not gender specific. It can describe one person or any number of quantity of people. How y'all doing? You don't know if I'm talking to a man, a woman, a big group, one person.
I can't say y'all without an accent.
Y'all and the F word are the 2 most utilitarian words in the English language.
When I hear y'all come back now. You hear? I believe that was Beverly Hillbillies, I believe.
product you need at the prices you want, it's easy to bring home the win. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only, exclusions apply.
Hey, football fans, this is Cole Bryson. Are you ready for the ultimate adrenaline-packed high school football experience? Tune into the Fan Upstate every Saturday morning from 8 to 10 for the Saturday morning.
It's only humans in Clinton, or as they say there, Clinton, because they don't know how to say a T. T's don't exist in Clinton. Clinton. Maybe it's because they're always drunk in Clinton. Maybe that's why they can't say their T's. So I live in Clinton. I think that's it. I've 26 years, I've figured it out finally. You've never been there before. If you had, you'd understand how accurate I am. Clinton.
And away we go with hour number 2, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob. He is the great one, Lonzo. We are super glad to be with you on a Tuesday morning, 6 to 10 every single day. Texas said, did y'all sports update guy go on strike or something? No, we changed the format. We're in the building. Why not have the single most seductive voice in all of radio, the great one Lonzo, do it? We're already here, right?
Hey, complain to management. Maybe they'll stop me from doing it.
We have got a lot of stuff to get to. Texture said in that little game you played, did you or did you not inform the people of their apartment use? No, this was a voluntary game, our little ramen Iron Chef.
Yeah, but how did you pick where you were going?
Literally out of a hat.
Okay, it was out of the
everybody who wanted to play.
What kind of hat was
it?
What kind of hat was it?
It was college. I forgot more than I remember from college.
A top hat has more depth.
Nobody in my fraternity had a top.
It's a fraternity, man.
Somewhat,
there's someone with a top hat in every fraternity.
I feel like your fraternity and my fraternity were vastly different fraternities.
My fraternity was full of offensive linemen, and we would beat your fraternity up.
But correct. Very different fraternities. My fraternity was a bunch of nerds. So we did. For the record, this was how we spent our nights in college. Our nights in college were spent doing ramen Iron Chef, not at sorority parties, not out painting the town, not at Potbellies or whatever the bar was. Our nights in the frat house were, hey, what if we all cooked ramen together? Because we're super cool.
We had a nerd fraternity. They had this stand up. They had a cabinet version of Joust in their basement.
Yeah,
you remember Joust?
Very different.
You're like on the back of an ostrich with the yeah.
Like I said, very different fraternities. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 7:00 in the morning. It is time for us to do the water cooler cheat sheet.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworkers saying,
"You hear that?"
Even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It is time for the water cooler cheat sheet. The 3 things you need to know before you take your first break at your place of employment to talk sports with your coworkers. Let us jump straight in to item number 1. Totally sounds like a bong rip. Everybody is correct.
All right, you guys are taking me off with this. I'm going to find an actual, not an actual one, if we have that in our sound library, so we can compare the two, or maybe I'll go down the hall and see if anyone has that audio, because they might. I'm not saying why they might have it down the hall, but they might down the hall. They might actually have that.
Texas said my fraternity was way different from both years. We got absolutely smashed on a Tuesday at 11 a.m. I get it. Listen, I get it. Everybody's got their thing. Don't get me wrong. College football Saturday was great at the Casa. In the apartment, we would bring 4 couches into one apartment. Then we would put 2 of the couches on top of coffee tables against the back wall and the other 2 on the ground and create stadium seating for everybody and then get smashed on a Saturday morning. I'm not saying we were total losers. I'm just saying, once a month we would all cook ramen.
All right. So I don't drink, but our fraternity had 3 keg parties in a dry town where prohibition started. So top that.
Panthers coach Frank Reich turning over the play calling for rookie quarterback Bryce Young and the NFL's only winless team over to offensive coordinator Thomas Brown. Reich confirmed that yesterday in a press conference. Reich said the decision to make the change heading into the bye week was 100% his and not pushed on him by David Tepper or Scott Fitterer. Reich said that he has been adamant from the day he took the job that he was best suited to call plays for Bryce Young and had given no indication until yesterday that a change would do you good. A change would do you good. Sheryl Crow. He said, quote, when I hired Thomas Brown, I knew it was probably going to happen fast, but we needed to get in season and see it all play out. I would like to think this is the best decision no matter what our record is. Has David Tepper been involved in discussions? Yeah, I talked to him about all of the things related to this team and how things play out in our weekly discussions, but this was my decision 100% start to finish, which is exactly what I think a guy would say if it was not his decision 100% start to finish. But hey, we'll never know.
Or if it's someone who's misspoken the media a few times and been very literal and told, maybe was told by the powers that be, you will say this.
I mean, maybe we get the tell-all one day if Frank Reich, as Lonzo predicts, doesn't make it out of this job on his own accord, but that is down the line. Frank Reich said of Thomas Brown, quote, he has a great football mind. He has the strongest leadership qualities you could ask for. I can't emphasize how excited I am for Thomas. He's, relatively speaking, young, but there is a reason why at his age he has ascended to his position so quickly. Reich said he does not expect the offense to change much under Brown, who put together the playbook with what he learned from the Rams and what Reich has done in the past during the draft process that led Carolina to select Bryce Young. Reich said, quote, I've wanted to get to this point. It's going to make us better. It'll make me better as a head coach. Here's my question, Frank. I didn't really have a problem with anything you said. I didn't necessarily believe it, but I didn't have a problem with it. Here's my question. If you can say with definitiveness, it's going to make us better, why the hell are you doing it in week 6 when you're 0-6, right? If you can walk to that podium and go, this move is going to make us better, then why are you doing it now? Why did you not do it 3 weeks ago? Or did you just decide after going 0-6 that it's going to make you better? Did you just decide at 0-6 that this will be an improvement? That's really the only thing I have a problem. I didn't have a problem with him calling the plays up front. I didn't have a problem.
It doesn't make sense, Rob. It really doesn't. If this was your plan all along, it just doesn't sound right.
I don't even have an issue with this. This is the final step of a long-term plan. Like the plan was always to turn it over to Thomas Brown. The plan was to build some rhythm and some repetition with the HC, who is the big picture guy overseeing the offense as well as everything else and making the move down the line. I don't have an issue with any of that. The only issue I have is with him saying this is going to make us better. Well, you're 0-6. If it was going to make you better, you should have done it when you went 0-4 or 0-5. Why would you wait until after you are 0-6 to go, oh, we'll be better now? Well, then why didn't you do that earlier? Thomas Brown, 37 years old, comes over from the LA Rams where he worked under Sean McVay.
Yeah, he didn't do it earlier because the boss didn't tell him to, and now the boss has.
I mean, honestly, that theory floats for me. That theory holds water for me. Ladies and gentlemen, water cooler cheat sheet item numero dos. That's great. The 2028 Olympics are set to be held in Los Angeles, California. The Americans not only hosting the World Cup in 2026, but we will also be hosting the Olympics in 2028. And because the Olympics are coming to America, there are some, not exclusively, but some uniquely American sports that are being added to the Summer Games of 2028. We know that 5 new sports have been added to the Olympic program. One of them, cricket. Now, I'm going to be real honest with you. Cricket seems like a lot of fun. I don't understand it at all. I don't understand it at all. I tried. I was in Vegas many, many moons ago. I was in a Vegas sports book one night. I was out there working a Roy Jones Jr. fight. I was in a sports book at the Mandalay Bay one night. I got very drunk with some Australian guys, and they tried to explain cricket to me because the Australians were playing New Zealand, and they were betting on it. And I was like, dude, teach me cricket. I want to bet on this. I sat with these Australian dudes for 4.5 hours watching and betting on cricket. They won me every dime that it cost me to take that trip, and I learned nothing about this sport at all. I don't get it. I don't understand it at all. I'm very excited about it being in the Olympics because now I have a justification for sitting down to figure it out. But it's not the only sport that's going in.
I've said this many times. I will say it again. Don't allow an All-American baseball player to hit you with a cricket bat because it hurts.
I have no doubt.
Speaking of fraternities, yes.
It is not the only sport that is going in, as squash will be included in the Olympics.
All right. I kind of get cricket, but I don't get squash.
Squash is a game that I played very briefly in like college and just after college. It's actually a lot of fun. I enjoyed it. You know what it is? It's like lower impact tennis, right? It's not pickleball, which is where you don't really have to move at all. But it's not tennis where you got to be sprinting back and forth over a big court. It's like kind of halfway in the middle. You got to run a little bit, but you don't have to go on 20-yard sprints. You run like 8-9 feet that way, maybe 8-9 feet this way, maybe 8-9 feet backwards, and you get a second to take a break and watch the ball reflect. Like, it's a great game. I like squash. All right. It's easy to play for somebody who can still move a little bit, but like doesn't want to go full blast tennis. Squash and lacrosse, or squash and cricket, not the only ones going in. Lacrosse is going in. That's a uniquely American sport that has been picked up by the world.
All right. So Rob says that he is, when the Olympics rolls around, he is Olympic guy. He's into everything. So that means we're going to get lacrosse reports, right?
I'm going to give you, here is where I stand. I've told you guys for many moons, lacrosse is the only sport that I can't get. Okay. I've tried. I've gone to lacrosse matches at high college levels. I have watched lacrosse with friends of mine who are lacrosse bros. I have never got the sport.
Bros.
Lacrosse seems like a sport that as long as you don't mind getting hit with a stick, you can be good at, right? Because you can't run full scale and tackle a dude. All you can do is kind of bump up on him or hit him with a stick. So it seems to me like it's just stick hitting, but also there's a ball involved. That being said, I know that's a very simplistic and dumb way to view the sport.
It's not hockey in the air, because that's what it looks like to me.
Sure.
It's a hockey
but even
in
still,
the air.
it's not like you can check guys OB,
well,
right?
You can. You get in trouble for it.
Right.
But,
So you can't. That's what rules me.
If they don't get up, then, that's their problem.
So lacrosse is in. I will, between now and 2028, I will give it a shot. I will give it another shot because I will absolutely pull for Team USA in anything. But that's where it gets fun. Cricket's in, lacrosse is in, squash is in, flag football is in 2028. Flag football will be added to the Olympic Games. Now, here's what's very interesting. There has been a number of NFL bros who have been tweeting at each other to put a team together led by Tyreek bleeping. I'm going to go ahead and say right now, if Tyreek Hill plays, you don't even need to put the games in the Olympics. Just give us the gold and let's go on.
Yeah, someone still has to throw the ball to Tyreek, though.
First round Hall of Famer, Derek Carr. We're set. It's over.
He's back to being first?
No, absolutely not. He's terrible.
Right.
Flag football's in, as is, and this one is the one I'm genuinely most excited about. Baseball and softball are back in the Olympics. I think that's great. Baseball is an American game that has been co-opted by the world, right? The World Baseball Classic was the best thing to happen to baseball in years. And the Olympics will bring that out.
Japan's going to win.
They very well might. But
and in baseball, softball, we still got that.
We will have another WBC between here and the Olympics. Imagine if Japan does do it again. How much pressure does that put on us for the Olympics in our house, right? Japan came to our house and won the WBC last time around. Imagine if they come to the Olympics holding another WBC title and the Olympics are in our house, especially if we let Major League Baseball players in. Clayton Kershaw's already said he wants to play in it. I think Bryce Harper said he wants to play in it. The biggest and the baddest and the best of the Americans are already saying they want in. I'm all in. Water cooler cheat sheet item number 3. Speaking of baseball, the NLCS and the ALCS got underway this weekend. The ALCS opened up on Sunday, and it was the Texas Rangers getting a win. They did it again last night. Ladies and gentlemen, look out. The underdog Rangers are on their way as they now hold a 2-0 lead over the reigning, defending, undisputed world champion Houston Astros. Last night, the Rangers win 5-4 over Houston. Nathan Eovaldi, 6 innings of 5-hit work, gave up 3 earned runs with 9 strikeouts in that one. Framber Valdez out the gate got shellacked, 2.2 innings, and gave up 7 hits and 4 earned runs before Houston had to work through the entire bullpen to finish up this game. Texas mashed last night, and it was great to watch. That was not the only game because the NLCS got underway last night, and shocker of shockers, the Philadelphia Phillies have won again. A 5-3 win over the Arizona Diamondbacks because Zach Wheeler is a dude. 6 innings, 3 hits, 2 earned runs, 8 strikeouts, and the lowest whip of a 9-game performance in the postseason in Major League Baseball history. Incredible numbers and awful news for Arizona because Zach Gallen, a Cy Young frontrunner, ended up taking the L last night. They went ace for ace in game 1, and they wasted Zach Gallen. 5 innings pitched, 8 hits, 5 earned runs, 4 strikeouts, and 2 walks for Zach Gallen. The Phillies are up 1-0 on the Diamondbacks. And finally, in the world of Major League Baseball, let me scratch that. I just did that. In the world of the National Football League, the Dallas Cowboys, 20-17 winners last night over the LA Chargers. Dak Prescott, 21 of 32, 72, a touchdown, no interceptions. Justin Herbert, 22 of 37, 227, 2 tutties, and 1 pick. But that pick came on the very last play of the game. The Chargers absolutely had a chance to drive down the field and at the very least tie this thing. But Herbert took the first sack of the game from the Cowboy defense, and on the very next play, ended up winging it as he was under pressure again. It got picked by Gilmore, and the Cowboys get back on the winning ways. They are 4-2, 2-2 on the road. The Chargers fall to 2-3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's run to a break because when we come back, it is time for one of my favorite segments of the week. It is time to figure out who
is not real.
Is not real. In our TMFINR Awards of the Week, I got a list of candidates. If you would like to add a candidate for the
is not real
Awards of the Week, now's your time on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307. Your TMFINR Awards when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, quick live read right here, and then we're back. Don't go anywhere.
hope of lawmakers in new territories without false legal. Forced injury feared that would cause a domino effect throughout the country. The young lawyer scolded members of the Democratic Party, asking how they can assume there can be moral right in enslaving of one man by another. But it was to no avail, and Kansas chose a pro-slavery candidate for Congress. This abolitionist lawyer never gave up, even after losing the race for U.S. Senate twice. He continued to fight against slavery and help raise money for the anti-slavery candidates. This helped elevate his name in politics and among the elite of the North. These connections helped him become President Abraham Lincoln in 1860. This has been a bite out of history with Eagles Market.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at tra.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people. Yes, Scott. What brings you to the pharmacy?
I'm thinking about giving them the updated COVID-19 vaccine.
Great. Do you know which type of vaccine you'd like?
There's more than one.
Yeah, there are different types of vaccines available. You can learn more about them at wedovaccines.com. If you have questions or want to make an appointment, you may call.
What was that website again?
wedovaccines.com.
Thanks. I'll check it out.
This message was brought to you by Novavax.
Yo, it's Bobby here. Verizon just hooked me up with a new iPhone 15 Pro with titanium. How can you get one? By switching to my plan at the Verizon store, get the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro on there. When you trade in any iPhone, any model, any condition is guaranteed. And listen to my new song, Get This, on your way to get the new iPhone 15 Pro.
Don't miss out. Switch to my plan from Verizon today. It's your Verizon. $999.99, 128 gig by home device. Given purchase with no retail. Purchase with new cell phone line and unlimited ultimate line required. Less than $1,000 trade-in or promo credit. Item 36 months. Promo credit ends. Eligibility requirements are no longer met. 0% APR.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a...
Somebody just called Pat McAfee the David S. Pumpkins of ESPN, and that's my favorite thing that has ever been said about him.
You see the Lance Bass thing?
Mm-hmm.
That's so funny.
Sponsored by DiscoverAtlanta.com.
DiscoverAtlanta.com presents Halloween Atlanta. The big movie trip, the top attractions in Atlanta for Halloween. Like the new haunted scenes at Georgia Aquarium, plus haunted houses, pumpkin parades, and more. Find spooktacularly exciting
Spooktacular.
in Atlanta at DiscoverAtlanta.com/Halloween.
Coming up on a Super Tuesday episode of Offsides with Mark Ryan and Diesel. We'll be live on location, Eagles Markets, more 10 Pelzer.
This is just wrong. Jeffrey Dahmer said tattoos taste terrible. Stay safe from cannibals. Get more tattoos.
I accept. Somebody texted and said 9 can probably get you some real audio of a bong rip.
Who did I think I was talking about?
There are standout
I think that's the
athletes.
first one of the
I think
morning.
it's the first one of the mornings. I think
Finally,
you are correct.
He's getting comfortable. Now we're going to start evening things up.
Settling into the zone, baby. I think, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to hand out our TMFINR Awards of the week. For those of you that are new to the broadcast, since it's the first time that we have done the TMFINR Awards here on the morning drive version of the Rob Brown Show. Our TMFINR Awards are, of course, handed out weekly to the best performers in sports for the week. We used to do them on Monday, but then I realized, well, we got Monday Night Football through the season, so we're going to move them to Tuesday. And, of course, if you wonder where the name comes from. It goes back to the woman on the airplane about a month and a half, 2 months ago, however long it was. You know, the crazy lady that get kicked off the airplane because she said there was a lizard person in the back, and she pointed at the guy and said,
"That is not real."
That's where the TMFINR awards come from, because sometimes a dude or a chick perform so ridiculously well that you have to believe that TMFINR. So let's. Lonzo just had to say it in his head. All right. Let's get to it. I am going to open.
I am not ashamed. You say it so fast. I don't know. There's this, maybe my head is blocking it because you told me what it stands for. So I just can't quite get it because of that.
TMFINR award winner number 1 is a guy that I'm going to give not just for his performance this past Sunday, but I'm actually going to make an exception. This is supposed to be a weekly award. This is an award that is handed out based on your performance within the last week. But since we skipped last week, I'm going to go ahead and award a young man a TMFIN award. TMFINR. Now you got me screwed up. A TMFINR.
Don't blame me on that.
For not just his performance this past week, but for his performance all season long. Award winner number 1 this week, it's got to be CJ Stroud, former Ohio State Buckeye turned Houston Texan. The Texans get a win over the New Orleans Saints this week, and they're at 500 with a rookie head coach, with a rookie quarterback, and with a roster that was expected to be competing for a number 1 overall draft pick. Instead, they are at 500, and they are very much alive in contention in the AFC South. CJ Stroud right now sitting on for the season 1,660 yards. He is averaging 276.7 yards per game. He has a completion percentage, a pass below 60%. He has thrown 9 touchdowns to 1 interception. And oh, by the way, that interception was fumbled by the defense, and the team got the ball right back with a fresh set of downs. And oh, by the way,
who are they playing?
Nobody asked you, Lonzo.
I just was curious.
A season-long QBR of 96.4.
Rob is going to say no, but he's going to win Rookie of the Year. If he continues doing what he's doing now, by the end of the season, the stats that he is putting up, whether they win or lose, he's going to get Rookie of the Year.
I'm not going to say that that's incorrect.
Because I do believe last week you disputed that when I said that.
What I said last week was I think Bijan Robinson is right there. I think Bijan Robinson not having a quarterback around him and still putting up numbers is impressive. But I could absolutely see, if this streak continues, CJ Stroud being in the mix. Ladies and gentlemen, both for his performance in a victory against my New Orleans Saints and his season-long numbers, CJ Stroud.
That is not real.
Award winner number 2 for the week. I got to go with the New York Jets defense as a whole. All right. We usually don't give I'm doing 2 that I'm breaking the mold. I don't ordinarily give them to a team. This is an individual award.
It's your rules, man. I mean, do what you want.
But it is my rules, and I'm going to do what I want. The Jets defense gets one. They had an enormous interception by Tony Adams late in the 4th quarter. The Eagles basically, it almost felt like, let the Jets go ahead in the 2014 upset. The Jets were without their top 2 cornerbacks, including stars Sauce Gardner, and yet still picked off Jalen Hurts 3 times. They still took a fumble away from DeAndre Swift, and they still kept the Philadelphia Eagles to a total of 80 yards rushing. Ladies and gentlemen, the New York Jets defense
is not real.
Is not real. Tyreek Hill has got to be in this mention as well. Not only did he have an absolute game this weekend, once again, he did it against the Panthers, and he single-handedly brought them back from a 14-0 hole to end up winning by 21. In this game, all Tyreek did was have 6 snags for a $163 and a touch. On the season for the Miami Dolphins, 42 grabs for 59 yards, 42 grabs on 59 targets, 814 yards, 6 touchdowns so far. He is averaging at this point 19.4 yards per snag on the season, and he did it again with another $163 against Carolina. And for that, Tyreek Hill,
That is not real.
is not real. Next up on the TMF INR Awards, I got to go with Jared Goff. Jared Goff, you know, the guy that was done in LA. He's cooked. He's too old. He doesn't have it anymore. Jared Goff this weekend for the Detroit Lions, who, by the way, what's their record? Oh, that's right, 5-1. The second best record. Actually, scratch that. The best record tied with San Francisco now in the entire NFC. And a big chunk of it is because of Jared Goff this weekend. 30 of 44, 353, and 2 touchdowns. He found 5 different receivers in that game this weekend. And the Detroit Lions, by the way, they put up a whopping, Lonzo, 40 yards on the ground. 40 yards on 22 carries. They went to Goff a lot, and Jared Goff produced again. The Lions are 5-1. As of right now, an NFC championship game between the San Francisco 49ers and the Detroit Lions looks real possible. Ladies and gentlemen, Jared Goff.
That is not real.
How about Jaden Daniels, the quarterback for the Louisiana State University Fighting Tiger Men? He did it again, 325 yards through the air on 20 of 27 throwing, and he pitched in 3 touchdowns. Oh, that's not enough for a TMF INR award? Oh, you need more out of Jaden Daniels? How about 11 carries for 93 yards? LSU Mizzou was supposed to be a game, but Jaden Daniels said, nah, bro. Nah, we're good. I got this. Why did Jaden Daniels got this? Because Jaden Daniels.
That is not real.
Michael Penix Jr., quarterback, the Washington Huskies. He's got to be on the mix, right? In a game against Oregon, in a game that very well could have possibly been a playoff game for these two teams out of a very good Pac-12. Michael Penix Jr. went 22 of 37 for 302 and 4 touchdowns. Michael Penix Jr. put the Huskies on the back and carried them again. This kid, as far as I am concerned, is your Heisman frontrunner at this point. There are some other guys that are trying. There are some other guys that are going to be discussed as potential. But right now, the Heisman Trophy is the award to lose of Michael Penix Jr. But here's the thing. While Michael Penix Jr.
That is not real.
Is not real, even though they took the L, I think we got to give Bo Nix a little love too, right? Bo Nix, the former Auburn man. When Bo Nix left Auburn, he got written off. Oh, he can't do it. Can't do it. He's not that good. He's not that guy. He's not going to be able to get it done. Bo Nix went up to Oregon. Nobody said, oh, no, there's no way he's going to shine. There's no way he's going to be able to pull anything off there. There's no way that Bo Nix, the guy who washed out of Opelika, is going to be able to go anywhere else and succeed. Well, Bo Nix and his Oregon Ducks entered this game inside the top 10. They entered this game undefeated. They entered this game knowing that a win likely puts them in the driver's seat of the Pac-12. And while this team was unable to get the dub, it was not because of Bo Nix. 33 of 44, 337 yards, and 2 touchdowns for the former Auburn Tiger turned Oregon Duck. Bo Nix.
That is not real.
Drake May is a quarterback at the University of North Carolina. Come on and raise up. They play the Hurricanes of Miami, arguably the biggest threat to their undefeated season since Clemson. Since South Carolina back in week 1. This North Carolina team is very good. I've been telling you that for a very long time. This North Carolina Tar Heel team is no joke, but they went up against Miami. They put the brakes on Syracuse. They beat Pitt. They beat Minnesota. They beat Appy State. They beat South Carolina. They have beat everybody. And Miami was the biggest test left on the schedule, with the exception of Duke and Clemson waiting for them towards the end of the season. And Drake May said, Nah, we're good. Drake May went 17 of 33, 273, but he threw 4 touchdown passes in this game. In a game where North Carolina was having a real struggle getting the run game going, Drake May put him on the shoulders and threw for not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 tutties in the win over the Canes. Drake May!
That is not real.
How about another unit award? And I think we got to go to the running backs of the Duke Blue Devils. Duke in a spot where they did not have their starting quarterback, Riley Leonard. He's got that ankle injury. Will he return against Florida State? They're going to need him to if they want to have any chance in that game. But in a game where they did not have Riley Leonard going up against a good, not great, not as good as I'd hoped they were going to be, but good NC State defense, they were going to need some help. Henry Bellin IV was the quarterback for Riley Leonard. They asked him to throw that ball 12 times. He completed, of those 12, 4 passes for 170 yards. And he did throw for 2 touchdowns and a pick, but it was the running back, specifically Jordan Waters, who picked up the slack for the Blue Devils. Jordan Waters, 13 carries, $123 and a touch. Jaquez Moore, 11 for 45. The Duke Blue Devils ran the ball for 194 yards into the teeth of NC State's defense. That's their pride and joy. 30 carries for $194. The Duke Blue Devils running the ball.
That is not real.
And then we ended up with Raheem Mostert back to the NFL for the running back out of Miami. Davon Achane was the guy that a lot of people were really excited about. He got banged up. He's out for a few games on the IL. Mostert was the guy that was going to have to pick up the slack, and boy, howdy, did he do that. 2 touchdowns and caught another. Mostert against Carolina recorded a $115 on the ground, 17 receiving, and 3 touchdowns against the Carolina Panthers. Ladies and gentlemen, Raheem Mostert.
That is not real.
There you go. There you go. The TMFINR Awards of the week, my friends. Who did I miss? Who should I add? Who am I giving an award that doesn't deserve it? Hit me up. 71307. That's the MadWorldAttractions.com text line. Throw me up there. Let's see what happens. Give me some new award winners. Give me some ones I missed. Also looking for your hot takes this morning. Hot Take Tuesday rolls on. I'm looking for your hot takes for the day. You guys have sent a few. They're coming up at 8 o'clock. Excuse me, at 9 o'clock. In just about 40 minutes from now, Mark Shelley, the voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, is going to join us to break down a little hockey as the Bits get their season going this Saturday night. When we come back, the one Clemson football group that is not being discussed enough, and I frankly think they should, because they are going to be called up for duty very soon. It is the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. You know what? That's a good call, James. Amarian Hampton, 24 carries, $197 and a touch on the ground. I probably should have. He should probably get one too. Good call. Good call.
I just sent you a video on Twitter. I'm saying Twitter just because you want to acknowledge if I say I sent it to you on X. That's the only reason.
I'll acknowledge. I'm just not going to call it that.
Okay. All right. Well. It'll take like 20 seconds. Rob's been saying duty all day, by the way. It's been hard for me to contain myself.
All right. Where is X.com?
So I haven't seen the match yet, but the angle from someone in the crowd it's
ridiculous.
Yeah,
right?
when you realize how high up he is.
Mm-hmm. Like all the jobbers they brought out to catch him.
Hey, they probably got paid pretty good for that. Maybe like $100 or something.
Yeah, I
don't
was
know.
gonna say. Here's your food voucher.
So if you're at a wrestling event and they offer you $100 to go down and catch Ricochet, would you do it? I would. If they go, hey, you're kind of a bigger guy. When you want to come down and catch Ricochet, I'm going down there. I
100%.
might catch a knee or a foot to the face, but you know. I will not be going to Raw, James, because
Of this show?
of this show. Yes, because I am responsible and old, and the tickets are sold really well, and we don't get any. So I mean, there's that. But really, it comes down to I had to make a decision, and with the time I'd have to leave, I'd only be there for about an hour. And it would be better for me to just watch it at home. I hate that. When SmackDown rolls back around, definitely will be there for that. And yeah, I could take a long nap, but then I won't go to sleep. And I just can't do that. I want to be, because I think Triple H is in charge, and you can tell. That's what I think.
100%. Could not agree more.
This would be like the first Raw I miss in years, by the way.
I'm not missing, but I'm going to be a wreck Tuesday. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Texter said, Rob, you didn't have a single Kansas City Chief on your TMF INR awards. That is
disrespectful.
Disrespectful. That's exactly what the text says. Clemson's offensive line. We've talked about Cade Klubnik. We've talked about the wide receiver core. We've talked about Tyler Brown. We've talked about Shipley and Moffa out of the backfield. And we've talked about the fact that Clemson's defense is the reason they haven't lost more games. But I think we need to have a conversation about Clemson's offensive line. There was a very good write-up on the Clemson Insider that I read yesterday, and they had a conversation about Thomas Austin. They had a conversation about Walker Parks. They had a conversation with a couple of the offensive linemen that I thought was very interesting, but they pointed out some stuff, right? They talked about the passing offense kind of struggling a little bit against Wake Forest, but they also talked about how deep in that game in the fourth quarter, Clemson ended up with 207 total rushing yards and credited that to the offensive line. Blake Miller, sophomore right tackle, said, quote, I feel like we're a unit that's been on the rise. I feel like we've been trying to get better as a unit. I feel like we're closer than we were last year. And I'm going to tell you right now, I think he's right. I think he's right. And I think it is a part of the direction that Clemson's headed in right now that's not being discussed about. I want to go back to that Wake Forest game for just a minute. There's been a couple of issues that have plagued Clemson since all the way back in the Duke game in week 1. Turnovers are one, and Cade being under pressure was one early. Against the Demon Deacons, 0 sacks awarded to Wake Forest. And that, considering the ACC, if I was going to pick a conference, top to bottom, that I think could be credited with the best defensive lines of every team in said conference, the ACC is going to be in contention for that. They are going to have that discussion. And the fact that Clemson's offensive line has been getting better by the week is a true compliment as far as I am concerned. Miller went on to say, quote, "We use adversity to fuel us, and I know that certain fans feel a certain way about us, but we're full speed ahead, locked in on our goals, and we're trying not to let anything distract us," end quote.
Wait. Certain fans feel a certain way about us? What would that mean? Do they think that the offensive line is the problem?
Well, I will tell you that Dabo Sweeney on his radio show this week said that, I'm paraphrasing, but I'm very close. The bandwagon has gotten mighty full. Maybe we should lose a few to thin out the negative fans a little bit. So yes, they're hearing it. They're aware of it. They're not isolated. They're not insulated.
So no reality on the Clemson bus. I mean, you're finally back on that Roy bus you were talking about, and now you're complaining about the fan. Dude, you should not do that. Should not do that.
According to Clemson 24/7, Dabo said, quote, "We're at a point where if you don't go undefeated, you are losers. You're terrible." And that is just such a terrible mindset. And honestly, maybe we need to lose a few games and lighten up the bandwagon. Sometimes the bandwagon can get a little too full. That is the one good thing about going through a little so-called adversity. You really find out who is with you and who is not. End quote. So, like I said,
Did he hashtag all in after that?
No, that was verbal. He did not say hashtag all in at the end.
Okay, because I thought he was contractually obligated to do that, like some other people around here.
So here's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna start with this, and I got some I think incredible audio coming up from a former Oakland A's pitcher who went all in over the weekend after announcing his retirement.
Dork.
And I'm very excited about that audio. I'm kind of in this in-between spot because on one hand, I hear the comments like the ones we just read from players, where they're like, look, we gotta tune it out. We gotta dial in. We gotta stay in. We gotta stay involved.
Yeah, but if you're mentioning it, then you're not tuning it out.
No, I don't think that's necessarily the truth. This is like when somebody complains and somebody on the internet goes, "I'm in your head, bro." It's like, no, you said something real dumb. You said something real dumb.
Yeah, but this may be, to me, tuning something out means don't listen, don't look, that means, absolute. And you're not doing that if you're talking about
the world is not a place where absolute is a reality. It's not. They're going to hear it. They can do their best to stay off social media. They can do their best to avoid talking with fellow students. They can do their best to not listen to sports talk radio goobs who go out and complain about everything. They can do their best. But at the end of the day, you can isolate yourself to the best of your ability. But every now and then some
dork
is going to get through and you're going to hear it, right? Like you're just going to hear it. So you can insulate. Now, it's more fun to phrase it, or I guess more powerful to go, we're trying to tune it out. We're trying not to hear it. But the reality is, that's not how the world works. You can insulate, but bad things are going to get through. 4 hours a day, we come in here and try to take your mind off the events happening in the world right now, because some of them are real, real bad. But at the end of the day, sometimes they're going to creep in because you can't. What I do love is this. What I love is that the unit that I think at this point, I didn't feel this way at the beginning of the year, but I do now. The unit on this football program that I genuinely believe is the most important unit going for Clemson right now, it is the offensive line. And the fact that we are seeing fewer sacks and QB hurries week by week, and you can make the argument that this is because the competition level has fallen off from the beginning of the season. And I'm not going to push back that hard on that because you're not entirely wrong. You can make the argument that there is a steep drop-off, but here's where I'm going to say. Who above them would you say was dramatically better? Florida State has the best defensive line in the ACC. I'm fine with that argument. Jared Verse and those guys are very good.
You're talking about teams that they played.
I'm talking teams they've played. Florida State's the best they've played. Duke's defensive line is not why Duke won that football game, right? It was the offense and it was the defensive backs throwing different looks at Cape. Charleston Southern, FAU, Syracuse, Wake Forest, right? So to me, with the exception of the jump up in talent of Florida State in week 4, to me, you've played a consistent quality. There was a drop down with Charleston Southern and FAU, a big jump up against FSU. But I'd say Duke, Syracuse, and Wake Forest all kind of all in the same realm. And if I look at those 3 games, the performance of the offensive line, both eye test and statistically, has improved week by week. Now, why is that a big deal? 2 reasons. Number 1, if Clemson is going to beat Miami this weekend, they're going to have to run the ball and run it well. Miami also has a good defensive line. I don't think it's quite as good as Florida State's, but it is a good defensive line. You are going to have to run to keep the second level of the defense honest. I can't have Miami dropping linebackers back against Cade Klubnik. I need to present him with the cleanest looks we can get. Moffitt and Shipley are going to be big, but they can only be as big as that offensive line allows them to be. And number 2, if you're going to win this game, you are going to have to get Cade Klubnik those clean looks. You're going to have to give him time. You're going to have to give the wide receivers time. Miami runs a very erratic defense. It's a lot of different looks in a lot of different formations. It's very erratic. Now, at the core, it's going to fall back to a base defense, but it's a very erratic defense that you have to deal with. And if Cade Klubnik is going to have any sort of success, you've got to buy him time to allow his receivers to work, to pull Miami out of an exotic look and into the traditional look, into their defense, so that Cade can analyze it as it goes. If that is going to happen, the offensive line has got to be very good, all right? If that's going to happen, the offensive line has got to be very good. So I've got a lot of respect for the fact that, and I think this is one of the football things Lonzo and I agree on, offensive linemen deserve more credit. All right?
Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not hitting the war cry on the linemen, just on Daba.
Offensive linemen deserve more recognition. They deserve more credit. They deserve more praise. And this offensive line right now, as far as I'm concerned, this offensive line is why Clemson is where Clemson is right now. That is to say, a 4-2 team, a team that, yes, the likelihood of an ACC title game is remarkably low. It's not dead. It's not dead. There are still multiple games that Florida State could lose ahead of them. Florida State has still got Duke on the schedule. They've still got Miami. They've still got Florida. FSU could reasonably finish this year 9-3. Reasonably. And if they do that and Clemson wins out, potentially there's a spot right there. Because Louisville doesn't look like we thought Louisville was going to look after they knocked off Notre Dame. They turned around and gave it back the next week. Duke looks fine, currently sitting at 5-1, but we don't know if Riley Leonard's going to be back. And if Riley Leonard is not back this Saturday when Duke and Florida State play at 7:30, the likelihood of Duke winning that game drops dramatically. There's a 2-loss Duke team. Now, you'll need one more for the Blue Devils, but who else does Duke have at the end of the year? North Carolina. They've also got Louisville sprinkled in there. Duke could lose 3, without a doubt. There's a possible, not probable, but possible outcome where Florida State drops 1 to 3 teams, Duke, Miami, and Florida. There's a possible outcome where Duke drops 3. There's a possible set of outcomes where Clemson backdoors in, but they've got to win out. And if they are going to win out, it is going to, as far as I'm concerned, start and finish with the offensive line in the run game. Let's run to a break. When we come back in the next hour of the show, we will open with your NFL power rankings. I'm going to give you my bottom 5 and top 10 teams in the National Football League. We'll see who you like, who's too high, who's too low. Then Mark Shelley, the seductive voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, will join us. And to wrap up next hour, a former Oakland Athletics pitcher has just absolutely wrecked the ownership of the A's. I know you don't care about Oakland A's baseball, but you do care about ownership of a football program, right? With David Tepper? And this ties with that. So we got all of that coming up on the Rob Brown Show. But before we get to any of that, Lonzo is about to blow your skulls with some incredible sports news and information right here in the Rob Brown Show Sports Flash. Lonzo.
All right, to that texter, no, I'm not that guy. I'm the guy, so deal with it. Last night on Monday Night Football, the Cowboys eked out a win over the Chargers 20-17. Dak Prescott threw for 246 yards and a touchdown, and the Cowboys sealed the win with a sack and an interception on the Chargers' last 2 plays. Yesterday, Panthers head coach Frank Reich said he was handing play calling control over to the offensive coordinator, former Sean McVay assistant Thomas Brown. We'll see if he can teach height, because I'm not sure that he can do that. The LA Olympics will have a slightly more American feel as the International Olympic Committee has added baseball, softball, flag football, squash, and Rob Brown's favorite, lacrosse. We are your home for Furman Paladins football and basketball. Tune in this Saturday as Furman takes on Western Carolina starting at 1 p.m. right here on your home of the Furman Paladins. Sometimes you have to push to get the thing to work. It worked.
The halftime show for the Dallas Cowboys will be performed by Dolly Parton, my queen.
Is she doing country hits or is she doing, stuff from her new rock album?
She can do whatever she wants. She's Dolly Parton.
There are some things that your fandom seems violent about. Like you want to defend them with, your sword and your shield. And Dolly Parton seems to be one of those.
Yes, I will go to war for Dolly Parton. That is a stone cold fact.
So is it poor parking if, let's say, just your mirror is over the line?
Yes.
Because that person was perfectly in the, they were in it. Talking about the, I was on the front row, but I shouldn't have went there. But Lee beat me. I've been taking his spot.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and warn you. There's an individual who works here who parks in that spot next to you every day who will not park between the lines. Will not do it. I have multiple times in the last 2 weeks gone out. Like usually I'm as far over on the far side of that as I can be while still being in line because I'm not a jerk. Because every day this individual parks with both of their tires centered on the line. Every day.
I think they don't like you because obviously that's why they do that. There's another way is just don't park there. Park a little bit. I know it's like I don't know, 7 or 8 more steps. If you just park over to the one next to the handicap.
I
you know.
try not to do that because I know people need more access to those spots. So if I can avoid parking by the handicap spot, I do. If I have to, I park as far over to the other side as I can.
You could also like park out there.
No, I ain't doing that.
You could. There's enough lighting. You should be all right.
I'm lazier than I am angry.
Okay. All right.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Rob Brown Show. The third hour of the broadcast starts right now. Welcome in. Great to have you. Happy Tuesday to you. I am Rob Brown on the other side of the metaphorical glasses. I am the guy in charge of not only this radio program, but every radio program you've ever listened to. The Alpha and the Omega, the fan upstate, the great Lonzo is here as well. If you'd like to be a part of the show.
I say I have had to go down the hallway a couple times today. So
if you would like to be a part of the radio broadcast, it is very, very simple to do so. All you got to do is hit us up at 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE. You can also text us on the MadWorldAttractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the radio show. Let's get to our NFL power rankings, shall we? Let us start, my friends, with the bottom 5. These are the worst 5 teams in the NFL, according to yours truly and exactly no one else. And of course, and as it has been all year long, we unfortunately do have to put the Carolina Panthers in the 32nd out of 32 positions. They lose to Miami. Here's the good news. If you're an optimist, and I am, and I stay one, okay? I think that this team got better. Do I think they're good? No. Do I think that they're anywhere ready to compete? No. Do I think they're suddenly going to shock everybody and make a late season run to threaten the division? No, I don't. But here's what I did like. This was a game that was set up for the Panthers to come out slow and lethargic and bummed because, hey, it's the Miami Dolphins, number 1. They didn't do it.
Is that how the song actually goes?
Miami Dolphins, number 1. Yes, it's a terrible song.
I just wanted to see if I could get him to sing it.
Sure. I'm easily goaded into making poor decisions. Miami Dolphins could have a team that dumped 70 on the Broncos a few weeks ago. The Miami Dolphins, easily a team that the Carolina Panthers could have come out very flat against, but they didn't.
But there are levels of suck and the Broncos, even though they won a game, I think their level of
they're on the same level of suck.
No. They're beneath because they're the Broncos.
Would you say they're 32 and the Cats are 31?
Maybe it's a tie because you can have a tie with a lean towards one because of bias.
I accept that. I do have the Denver Broncos at number 31. I think the Panthers are getting better. I think the 14-point race out indicated that it can be done. It's just going to take some tinkering and thinkering in order to make it happen. I do have the Broncos at number 31. Listen, Sean Payton said when he got this job, they were ready to compete for a playoff spot. Nope. Sorry, dog. No, you're not.
It was also like the worst team management in history or whatever he said.
Worst coaching job in NFL history done by Nathaniel Hackett. And here's the thing. Sean Payton wasn't wrong. Nathaniel Hackett wasn't Urban Meyer, but it was a very close second.
As long as Payton stays humble, things will get better.
Stay humble, bleep. Incredible. So, here's the thing. Sean Payton having the struggles he's having this year and this team being bad doesn't make Nathaniel Hackett's performance better, right? It doesn't make what he said wrong. If Lonzo cooks a steak and it's burnt, and I go, this steak is burnt, and then I cook a steak that is also burnt, it doesn't make Lonzo's steak not burnt. Still bad. Still burnt. Neither one of us would do that.
With the price of steaks these days, I'm not leaving the grill. I'm just like staying there staring at it the entire time.
Get you, my man, get you a good meat thermometer. All right. It's a life hack. Get a good meat thermometer.
Yeah, there are critters in the woods that know how to open up the grill. So no, I gotta stay out there.
Number 30, just ahead of the Denver Broncos. I gotta go with the New England Patriots. They're 1-5. They've got one win. They are the only team in the NFL. I think this might be worse than the winless streak, but maybe it's my optimism. Only team in the NFL who has not scored more than 20 points in a game so far this season. They have the 31st pass block win rate in the NFL. Their receivers are bad. Mac Jones can't stop turning the ball over. They made the Saints look amazing. They made the Saints look so good that this past weekend, I thought we had a chance at winning a game. Nope. It's just the Patriots.
I just want, with all apologies to Diddy, I love to see this happen.
Feel me? For real. Do you feel him, sir?
I do. Me too. And at number 29, give me the 1-5 Chi-Town Bears. Justin Fields has a dislocated thumb. He is week to week with that. Yeah, that's not fun at all. Now, here's a question mark. Last 2 weeks before the injury, Justin Fields looked progressively better, right? Looked progressively better. He had a win the week before last, like a good win, 40-20 over the Commanders.
In prime time.
Yeah, had a good win. Last week against the Vikings, he looked like he was en route to a win before he got the thumb jammed up and dislocated. Now, the question mark is he actually getting better, or did he play two of the worst defenses in the National Football League?
I think you can say yes.
I think you can say yes. Spot on. Number 28, just ahead of them, and in the bottom 5, I think I've got to put the New York Football Giants. This team is bad, and I don't think it matters what stat or metric you look at to determine. Daniel Jones is not doing well. Tyrod Taylor wasn't able to get anything going. They have a makeshift offensive line that is atrocious right now. They have gone, Lonzo, in NFL clock ticking game time, 205 minutes of football without an offensive touchdown.
Dable's about to explode, man. He's that guy that you see in the corner of a restaurant or a bar or something, just one little thing, and that dude's about to go up. Have you seen like the color of his face at the end of every game? It's not, Yeah.
Giants quarterbacks are being sacked on 13% of their dropbacks. 1 out of every 13 dropbacks, they're getting sacked. That's a terrible number. Sorry, scratch that. That's like 2 out of every 13 dropbacks. That's a terrible number, dude.
Got to work on the stuff.
I'm bad at math.
Yeah, it's not
I'm bad at math. So, ladies and gentlemen, let us move to the top 10 in the National Football League, shall we? I am going to start at number 10 with the Baltimore Ravens. There are some spots that I love. Roquan Smith is a stud. For all the talk about Micah Parsons, Roquan Smith deserves to be in those same conversations. They are missing 4 starters defensively. Marlon Humphrey, Marcus Williams, Odafe Owe, and David Ajabu, all out for the Ravens right now. And yet, defensively, are limiting offenses to 15.2 points per game. That has made Baltimore 4-2 in a square tie atop the NFC North. The dude is ridiculous. Number 9. Give me the Jacksonville Jaguars right now. There are still some parts that need to be helped. They're getting no quarterback pressure right now.
And Trevor's hurt.
They, by the way, not only have Trevor hurt, but they play the Thursday night game this week, which means he has even less time to get that knee right. He is questionable as of today.
Would you say that you think he should at least take the week off to work on that knee? Would you say that?
Trev, go home, hang with your wife, put some ice on it. The old Rice method, right?
Elevate.
Rest,
you
ice,
elevate.
compress, elevate.
Yeah, there you go.
Take your time, bro. Relax. No hurry. No hurry.
Spend some time working on your hair.
Yeah, no hurry. All right, stay home. Get you a little extra spa session. What's your booze of choice, Trev? Hit me up. I'll send you a bottle, my guy. I'll send you a bottle of the good stuff. Stay home, rest Thursday night. The Jags, by the way, play Thursday night against the New Orleans Saints. Yeah. This is going to be interesting because Jacksonville can't get pressure. The key to beating the Saints has been getting pressure on Derek Carr, making him throw the ball before he wants to. It worked last week for Houston. It did not work for New England. I'm interested to see what they do. Right ahead of Jacksonville in the number 8 spot, I'm going to go with the Cleveland Browns. They're 3-2. You shouldn't have a 3-2 team in this spot, but one of the 3 was against the formerly undefeated San Francisco 49ers. And while San Francisco did have...
I don't have a PJ, so I went with DJ. It's close.
But it's not the same, though.
Yeah. Well, we're pretending.
Hot as fish grease, bro.
The win over San Francisco, but which, by the way, shouldn't have happened. Money Moody should have hit that kick. San Francisco should be undefeated right now. But Cleveland put themselves in a position for Moody to miss the kick, and he did. Myles Garrett is a defensive player of the year candidate right now. Cleveland is preventing everybody who's not Christian McCaffrey from running the ball. And oh, by the way, they took Christian McCaffrey out of that game. The Browns have given up a total of 1,002 yards this season. That is the 3rd fewest through a team's first 5 games since 1970. It's ridiculous. Cleveland's defense has an argument of the NFL's best right now. I got them sitting down there in that number 8 spot. At number 7, give me the 4-2 Dallas Cowboys. Look, win last night was a good one. Win last night was a needed one, right? They needed to come back. They got drummed by San Francisco. And part of the reason that I have them this low is because they got drummed by San Francisco. If they lost in a close one to the 49ers, I'd probably have them sitting somewhere up around number 3. But I can't do it yet. Dallas has got a lot of potential. By the way, Dak Prescott last night looked much better. Pulled it and ran it a couple times. Ran a couple of design runs for Dak, which is something they've been missing, I think, the last couple of weeks. Of course, Mike McCarthy still can't manage a clock to save his left butt cheek.
Yeah, that was on the refs, according to him.
Yeah, okay.
The refs.
Yeah, for sure.
No, it was the timekeeper messed up.
Yeah, no, 100%. For sure, Mike. For sure.
And, of course, they won over a ball club that's playing great.
Yeah.
The Chargers. So that had nothing to do with how good they looked.
I got Dallas sitting at number 7. At number 6, I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs here. Disrespect, I'll let you decide. But
there's nothing to decide here. At 6, really?
Yeah, even
really?
5-1.
Really?
You have pointed out
the
to me,
most popular NFL football team in the world, and you're putting them at 6.
Does popularity have a damn thing to do about it? No. What does is the fact that you had a 19-8 game against the Broncos, and you needed a lot to get to the 19. You had a 7-point game against a 1-win Vikings team. You had a 3-point game against the Jets. You had an 8-point game against the Jags. You had a 1-point loss to the Lions. You're winning. Winning's great. But in terms of power rankings, what's the power I'm supposed to be leaning on here?
Yeah, you're winning, but it's ugly, so it doesn't count as much as the ones who are winning strong.
Right.
Yes,
that's how power rankings
W and L. All right, fine.
Is it not? I mean, power rankings, right?
All right, I'm disrespected, and I want to see all these stellar teams that are so much better than the Chiefs. Can't wait to hear that.
Well, one spot ahead of them, I have the Buffalo Bills sitting at 4-2. The offense has got some work to do, but defensively, this team is balling out right now. They are a blast to watch. Terrell Bernard, second-year linebacker. If you haven't been keeping up with that guy, 57 tackles so far this year. They've got some young guys like Dorian Williams that are starting to find their own. Now, the problem for Buffalo is Matt Milano's down. They've got a couple of other injuries that they're dealing with. I see Buffalo dropping sooner rather than later, but I can't drop them until I watch some more else. Just ahead of them, I am going to go with a similar reasoning to the Chiefs. I'm going to go the Philadelphia Eagles. Yes, they are 5-1, but they they lost to the Jets by 6. They beat the Rams by 9, the Commanders by 3, the Vikings by 6, the Patriots by 5. The Eagles are down this low for the same reason that the Chiefs are. Are you winning more than you're losing? Yeah, most of them. You've won most everything. But you're not impressive. There's nothing that I look and I go, that team's a top 1 team, a top 2 team, a top 3 team. They're very good. But I think there's a drop-off there. So I got the Eagles in that spot. One spot ahead of the Eagles. I've got the 5-1 Detroit Lions. Yo, this team's good, dude. This team's real good. A lot of hype surrounding this team to enter the season, and they, as far as I am concerned, have been meeting that hype. Yes, they do have the one real bad loss, but they beat the division-leading Buccaneers. They beat the Panthers. They beat the Packers by 2 touchdowns on the road in their house. They beat the Falcons by 2 touchdowns, and they beat the Chiefs. I think that stands for something. I've got the Detroit Lions at number 3. At number 2, give me the Miami Dolphins. Miami Dolphins, number 2. I'm putting them at number 2 because this offense is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. Ivana Chain, 3rd-round pick, AFC's leading rusher before the knee injury. They replaced him with Raheem Mostert. What'd he do? A century mark on the ground, 3 touchdowns, including 1 through the air. They didn't miss a beat. Tyreek is still him. Tua Tagovailoa is the NFL's most accurate quarterback, according to Tyreek Hill, and probably statistics-wise too. Here's the fun part. The Dolphins might have not 1, but 2 1,000-yard rushers by the end of the year. And at the rate that he's on right now, Tua Tagovailoa might hit 5,000 yards this year. Tua Tagovailoa might hit elite air of Breeze, Manning, Brady, Tagovailoa. That's a big deal. And then at the number 1 spot, who else could it be but the San Francisco 49ers? Yes, they lost to Cleveland. Yes, it was a bad loss. But here's the thing. They did everything in their power in a gut-out win against the NFL's best defense and had a chance to win it. It got blown by the kicker. But everything else the 49ers have done has been nothing shy of spectacular. The only game that they didn't score at least 30 points in was the game against the Browns, was the game against the NFL's best defense. And they were a field goal away from getting to 20 and the win. This team is very good. Now, could they drop? Hell yeah. If Debo's missing extended time, if McCaffrey's missing extended time, these guys absolutely could drop. But for now, I don't think you can have anybody but the 49ers atop the sheet at the number 1 spot. Let's take a break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be joined by the seductive voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, my friend on and off the air. He is Mark Shelley, and he joins us next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, give me just a minute. We're going to get Shelly dialed up, and then we're talking some hockey. When we come back, don't go anywhere. right, dudes and dudettes, thanks for hanging in there. We got Mark Shelley dialed up and coming up.
Hey, this is Mark Ryan. Join me this Tuesday from 3 till 7 as we broadcast live from Ingles Markets at 410 Pelser Highway in Easley. We'll also be giving
Doing as many wrestling signs as I can and while I'm off screen.
Don't miss the fall savings sale at Jeff Lynch. Huge savings store-wide and 0% interest until November 2025. $300 in-store gift card with any smart TV, 65 inches and larger. Sealy's Deluxe Pillow Top Queen Mattress, only $397. $2,000 cash back with qualifying cafe.
So a guy has grown the biggest pumpkin ever. It checked in at 2,700 pounds. And the guy named the pumpkin Michael Jordan. All right, fine. It's the GOAT pumpkin, I guess. But you were telling me that you went with Michael Jordan when Michael Gordon was right there. What a botch. What a botch.
Do better, farmer.
Seriously. It was right there. Chris Lewis just texted, "The Giants make me sad." Poor guy.
Got to admire Brian Dable's passion, though, right?
His ability not to spontaneously combust like
It's
a
still
drummer
coming.
from Spinal Tap.
It is coming. What a way to go, though. I mean, you know, spontaneously combust. So when people spontaneously combust, do they explode or do they just catch fire?
I don't know that that's a real thing. I mean, if you're a Spinal Tap drummer, you just
yeah. I
you
mean,
leave behind some goo.
Nope.
Good morning.
Nope, ladies and gentlemen, welcome in. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. It is Tuesday, but maybe more importantly than that, it's hockey season, my friends. Yes, we are, I think, the only show in the Upstate that is going to make sure that you puckheads get your time in the sun as well.
do we really have to do that? I mean, that's the second time you've said it that way, and it's got me nervous.
What? They're fans of hockey.
No, I get what they are,
Fans of
but
anything are like blankets.
yeah, no, I
and
get
hockey
it.
uses a puck.
I'm just, you know, the boss is on his way to work and he swerved a little bit. I'm just saying, you know.
And if you're going to talk hockey, you got to talk Greenville Swamp Rabbits. And if you're going to talk Greenville Swamp Rabbits, you got to be joined on the show by perhaps the most handsome play-by-play guy in hockey here in the upstate of South Carolina. He is the seductive voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. He is my friend on and off the radio, on and off the ice. He is Mr. Mark Shelley joining us here on the show. Shelley, what's up, big dog?
What's up, Rob? Long time no talk, and maybe it'll be a little longer if Lonzo doesn't get rid of that god awful sweatshirt that he's wearing. That is hideous. I mean, come on, man. What are
I
we
need
doing
you to know I would pay money to put you and Lonzo in the room to watch Penn State, Ohio State this Saturday.
Just
Wait, Mark. How much money are we talking, Rob? Because we can do that. We can absolutely do that.
That is true.
Okay, not that much money.
The talent over there, that's where all the cash is. I mean, if you want to, I'm down. I think he's down, so we'll do that, right?
Not that much money. I work in radio.
Regretting what you said, right?
I work in radio. Mark Shelley joining us here on the show to talk a little Swamp Rabbit hockey. First off, and before we get to the hockey, I'm going to get to the hockey. Obviously, we got to get to the hockey, but let's start with this. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I'm pulling back the curtain and revealing any big secrets, but Mark Shelley is a new dad, which means that he's got to dad his way through his first dad hockey season. Shelley, you and I both know that this involves some long hours and some late nights, followed by that 3 a.m. the baby's hungry wake-up call. How you doing, buddy?
Oh, we're hanging in there. Actually, pretty good night last night. Can't say the same for the other day with the preseason game on Sunday. That was maybe 3 hours of sleep and getting into the rink early. So not the greatest of situations to try to call a hockey game, but pump me full of enough caffeine and a cup of coffee every 30 minutes, and I think we're good to go.
That's why we're friends. It's the only way to get through life.
And at least it's cold in there, so that's got to help keep you awake a little bit.
Keeps you on your toes.
I love it. Let's talk hockey, buddy. Let's get into the bits. Obviously, last year probably not ending the way that the Swamp Rabbits wanted it to. Didn't make the playoffs, but got bumped very early in them. What has been off the ice during the offseason? What has been the mentality as far as putting this team together for this season? What has been the mentality as far as roster construction? Is Lordo's squad kind of taking a different shape from last year? What is going to be the eyes-on product for fans?
Yeah, obviously, I think it's no secret to say last year was an unacceptable finish in the postseason, right? For Lordo and the way that he dreams this team to be and what this team is capable of. And obviously, things just didn't go their way. They had that overtime game where they hit the post 6 times, and you look up and you start to sit there, and at the third time you go, maybe we're destined not to win this game, right? And ultimately not the series. But one thing we've noticed over the last 2 seasons, ever since the year that they made the run to the Eastern Conference Final, is this is a team that's been together for a while. This is a team that's growing together. There are 15 returning players from last season's team on this roster as it stands right now. A day before the final roster cuts will be made. It doesn't look as though the Rabbits are going to have to make too many cuts in order to get down to their magic number and get ready for opening night on Saturday. But this is a team that's built together and has grown together. And now we're sitting here and starting to see that. And there's a real sense of potential here with this side and the veterans that have been brought in. Mark Lewis, 36 years old, and Lordo, bringing him in. This is a guy that's such a unique story because he played with Lordo and then played under Lordo in Cardiff, won a championship with him. He said, come on back to the United States. So he brought him in. So he's going to be one of these leaders. And then you got all these young guys who have now played together going on 2-3 years that are all sitting here really maturing into their professional hockey careers. So there's a lot of big things and expectations are high here.
Mark Shelley is the voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. Talk to me a little bit about that chemistry and some of the guys that are coming back, because we listen, we know that we have had, if nothing else, a good set of locker room leaders, the guys like Brett Kemp and Nikita Pavlicek over the last couple of years. Some still here, some have moved on. How important is it to Lordo not just to have good hockey players, but to have those strong locker room personalities, those guys that, if one guy's having an off night, somebody can step in and fill that role both as a player and a leader? And is that kind of the mentality he takes into putting his roster together?
Of course it is. I think it's very, very reflective of Lordo's mindset and how he builds it in terms of attracting players and recruiting players here to Greenville. One instance he brought up, obviously you bring up Brett Kemp. He brought that up at the preseason chalk talk with the fans. And, this is a young man who fans have become attached to, right? Obviously a very talented hockey player, but now going on his 3rd year pro, he's been around, he knows what to do. He's an energizer on the ice and in the locker room, just one of those personalities that can help lead. And ultimately he signs a contract in Sweden, wants to go overseas, explore playing overseas, and eventually gets a call back. And Lordo made this public and said, listen, the first conversation was, I called him and he simply said, the first words out of his mouth were, I want to come home. And that's the culture that's been built here, right? And a part of that is some of these leaders. You look at guys like Ben Freeman coming back, who on the ice, reliable centerman, but really just a great people pleaser. He's a fan favorite, just an all-around great leader, vocal leader, and he's one of those guys that just does the right things in and out of the locker room. He, along with Tanner Eberle, they're back. They're going to lean on Mark Lewis a lot. But you mentioned Nikita Pavlichev, obviously a tough loss for the Swamp Rabbits. He's, we're happy for him. He's obviously staying in the American Hockey League now with the Ontario Reign, which is something, if you ask Wardo, if you ask anyone around this organization, that's been a long time coming, right? For him to make that opening night roster. The guy at the time of his first call up last year, and then ultimately an injury, was leading the ECHL in goals. So that's a big miss. And one of those leaders that's just a presence physically at 6'7", and just a presence in the locker room as well that they need to replace. And Lordo feels confident that he has those guys to step into those roles and lead this team and sort of steer them in the right direction to get past these back-to-back first-round exits and go beyond and maybe even bring home some silverware here to Greenville.
Mark Shelley, the voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show as the Fan Upstate. The Swamp Rabbits will open their season coming up this Saturday evening. Very excited to get back into the well for a little bit of hockey. Do want to talk just very briefly about Lordo because, the guy I've gotten the chance to spend some time with both at hockey games and away from it. And I will say, Mark Shelley, and I'm intrigued to see how this attitude applies to this team. I know those first round exits bothered him. He has made that abundantly clear. I know that Lordo's kind of one of those, the best is the best is the base, the best is the expectation kind of mentality. It's like it matters to him not just to win hockey games, but to put a product onto the ice that makes Greenville residents and upstate residents proud of the hockey team and frankly want to come watch the hockey team. Is there going to be a little bit more aggression? Like, are we going to see this team maybe pushing even harder than the last couple of years to make sure that they are doing that?
I think there's a real expectation. I think there's a real anticipation of seeing that physical style of hockey. I mean, this is the South Division. This is a division that is so unique, especially after what we saw last season, just in the standings alone. I was texting Joe Babick, who is the senior communications director for the ECHL, and down the stretch, I said to him, I said, hey, what's our lucky number? He said, hold on, I gotta work some math here. This is the wildest race I've ever seen. I mean, you went from fourth place to first place and then back to fourth place in a matter of about 3 hours. And it was the most insane, just down the stretch race that we had ever seen. And that's something that about this South Division is so unique. It's just the build of these players, right? So physicality is obviously a number one priority. And you get that in bringing in guys like Lewis into the back end. Ethan Kapp has obviously been here now 3 years. He's growing up into that body, into that role, being a physical defenseman. And obviously the goaltenders all standing over 6'5". So certainly a great opportunity for the big bodies to get out here and play, but the intensity is there. Watching camp this whole time, watching how Lordo treats this camp, there's a different feel about it. There's a feel of, the first year with this core group was sort of, hey, we got a lot of young guys. Let's try to build. We have expectations. We're going to be a playoff team. We demand excellence. Let's go win a cup. Last year, sort of the same thing. We're growing into it. Let's go win a cup. This year, as soon as they hit the ice, it is, we are going to win a cup. That's the expectation. That's the demands. And to feel that day in and day out and just see that, you walk down to the locker room, grab a guy for an interview or something. You just walk in there and it's still the same old locker room, right? Guys can have fun and entertain themselves, but there's a different sense of just pride in there. And that's this continued culture build that Lordo has put on. And it is something that is going to lead to great things. That it's not just me saying that. It's not just people in this organization. It's around this division. It's around the league too. Greenville has turned heads over these last couple of years. And now all of a sudden everybody's mature, coming into their bodies. This could be a really dangerous team come April.
Mark Shelley, voice of the Swamp Rabbits, joining us here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate as we get set for Saturday's opening drop for the Rabbits. They are at home and taking on the Admirals of Norfolk. Talk to me, Shelley, a little bit about what fans can expect this year. I know there are a lot of tremendous theme nights coming up this year. Obviously, you, in my estimation, have the single best arena hype man of all time, worth the price of admission in and of that. But tell folks what they can expect at Swamp Rabbits games this year that make coming to hockey games so special, even if it is your first exposure to what you and I both love is a great game.
Well, I'll tell you what, that hype man in arena gets me hype every game. And I have to sit all the way at top and, away from all the speakers, and I'm still getting as hype as possible. So kudos to whoever that handsome devil is. And ultimately, yeah, we're going to have a lot. Opening night's a big night for us. It's 25 years of Bon Secours Wellness Arena, and we're really excited about that. And 25 years since hockey first came here back in 1998. So to celebrate that, we got a lot going on that night. We're going to have the party on the plaza beginning at 5. We're going to have those throughout the season as well. But this one is special, right? Because we are having some of those legendary Greenville Growl members back here. Head coach John Marks from that inaugural team that brought hockey to the upstate. Without that Greenville Growl team in 1998 that ultimately went on to win a Kelly Cup in 2002, hockey wouldn't be here, right? And that's what we're celebrating on opening night. We got First Responders Night. Rob, I know you get hyped for the teddy bear toss. That's a fun one that everybody gets involved with in December. And then we got a bunch of new promos out there. We got Scooby-Doo night coming. We have, Rob, I know you're really excited about this.
Say it.
One of our ticket
Say
guys,
it.
Jack, you guys are really excited about
Say
this.
it.
Rob, we have wrestling night.
Yes, indeed.
I know you're excited about that.
Yeah. Listen, I'm not, by the way, I'm not taking full credit for that, Mark Shelley. I'm going to give Jack like 6% of the credit, but all the rest of it's me. You're welcome.
I love it. I think, that's what's so nice about these seasons, right? Is we can, every time there's a new season, we all get so excited because there's a new opportunity to engage with fans and bring out families to games. And, obviously there's a hockey game going on, but it's so much more than that, right? It's a community gathering point. It's a place to have family friendly entertainment, and all of that's part of this. So we're really excited about this promo schedule, and it's all on our website. You can go on there and find it. But we're excited to get things going on Saturday night when the Admirals come to town. Only time we get to see them. We used to be rivals with them, but only time we get to see the Admirals this year now that they're in the North Division.
By the way, Jack did just text me, and I can't read the text on the air because it's very, very inappropriate, but at least I know he's listening. Yeah. Mark Shelley is
wait, really quick. I just want to say Mark made me feel really old because he said it was 25 years ago when the Growl started at what was then the Bilo Center, and I was there, and I actually have a puck at home where they had a Rottweiler puppies, I think it was, bite the puck that has Greenville Growl on it. And I got it at home, and I got to see some of the early hockey, and that was my first press pass. I went over there. No one told me where to go. And I ended up under the rink, and someone had to guide me out of there.
Love it. So we're getting you out to Growl reunion night then, is what you're saying.
Well, if it's on Saturday, then no. But I can't. I got a job, dude.
Who cares? Who cares?
Also, one last thing, Mark. OH.
We are.
Ohio State, Penn State, Saturday at noon. And then when you're done watching that incredible game, head on over to the Bon Secours Wellness Arena as the Swamp Rabbits get their season started against the Norfolk Admirals. That one's going to be a 7:05 drop. Shelley, my guy, great to have you back, buddy. We'll do it more often during the season, pal.
Great to be back, Rob. Hockey season's back. Can't wait to see you on Saturday.
Yes, indeed. Looking forward to it. That is Mark Shelley, the single second most seductive play-by-play guy in all of the upstate of South Carolina.
I don't know if you got what he was saying. He said he sets up in the rafters away from the speakers and he could still hear you.
Correct.
That's what I got out of that.
That's why they pay me the meat.
Because you do a really good job with that, I'm sure.
And of course, I'd like to thank Jack for the 6% of organizing wrestling night that he did, which is the night before my birthday. And you better believe I'm not working that game, Lonzo. I'm just going to it. Yeah. We're back after this to wrap up hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Hi, Jack. It's great to see you, buddy. Thanks for stopping by.
You know, I knew I was there for all that stuff with the growl, but I didn't realize it was the first year I was here because I've been here like 26 and a half years now. And yeah, I really did get lost underneath the ice. It was so embarrassing. I don't like going anywhere by myself anyway. I've gotten better with
And then you
that.
had to call for help.
But no, a maintenance person found me. Are you supposed to be down here? No, I have no idea where I am. Would you please help me?
Down here, I don't know where here is.
I was under the ice, dude. There's a place down there. I think I still have that press pass too. My very first press pass. They were cool, James. That will work too. I had to go over to the Growl office a bunch because my very first radio job was with 98.1 The Peak, which was a talk station. Now it's Hot 98, I think. And we had a lot of interaction with the Growl because we were right next door. I did not, but you know, I did have to run that show some. They were very risque. It was a shocking way for me to make my way into radio, having to run that some. Especially since growing up, I had never listened to talk radio before. That's why when I was hired, Lee Rogers, who's our news director on WORD, hired me, and he's like, "I will give you the weekend to listen to the station and decide if you want to work here." Because, it was definitely a culture shock for me.
Hey, if we ring your doorbell like 50 times in a row, is it going to set your ringer off every time? Yes. Are you going to murder us? Probably not. Okay.
That sounds like permission.
I just got no.
That's what I heard.
You might break it, and I will say it's expensive. I also just got scolded yesterday by Steve for not answering the door enough.
For not answering the door enough.
Yeah, we
are streaming, by the way, just so you know.
Okay. We had an SCBA rep show up yesterday.
Oh, now, come on now. That's our people.
I need you to be very nice.
Yeah, I mean.
They're perfectly fine. He showed up yesterday, I don't know, like 10 minutes before 9 or so. Rang the doorbell. I did what I always do. I just let him into the lobby. I can trip the relay and people can open the door, and get into the lobby. And then I kind of expect whoever's waiting for them to come and find them. Usually it's somebody coming to see either Roy or Joe, or maybe one of the salespeople. But apparently he was here for engineering, and I didn't know that. I didn't know we were expecting anybody. And Andrew showed up at 9. And,
yeah, Stephen, he wears many hats, and he opens the door better than anybody in the entire world.
No, you just wear one.
Part of the problem,
except for that one day.
Part of the problem is that with the installation of this doorbell, I'm now also the receptionist. Like, they expect somebody to be sitting down there.
I've got video of you doing that. You did a really good job.
Yeah, that was
Do
years
you
ago.
have an appointment? Sorry.
Anyway,
I got the stank eye, man. I get that all the time.
Because this was an SCBA guy, was unhappy with how long he had to wait in the lobby.
But Chris is going to effort to do better in the future. So, because he's ever upward and improving every day. I wish you would stop because, I don't,
Excuse me. I came in here to ask you a question.
Okay. You now have like 30 seconds.
Diesel is requesting the use of the Wide Orbit Channel 4, which traditionally has been preview, but we haven't really used it. No. That's a router channel 4. I'm talking about Wide Orbit.
Oh, why would we get rid of 4?
Not get rid of it, repurpose it, because traditionally it's been a preview channel, but we don't really use it that way since we switched to 5. And he wants to use it as the hotkey output.
I'm going to go to clip 2 here. Trevor May was a pitcher for the Oakland Athletics, and yesterday, Trevor May announced that he is calling it a career. He is done pitching. Trevor May also loved the Oakland Athletics and decided, for those of you that don't know the backstory, the Oakland Athletics are owned by John Fisher. John Fisher has been tanking that team for a number of years. They've been like real bad, both from an on and off the field perspective. And this year we finally learned why. It is because of the fact that John Fisher has been planning for a while to be the team that moves in Major League Baseball to Las Vegas. Vegas has become a hot sports city. The Golden Knights went there. They have won now an NHL Stanley Cup as they are the defending Stanley Cup champions. LeBron and Shaq are currently discussing starting an expansion team in the NBA in Vegas when they get the opportunity to. Of course, the Raiders also moved from Oakland to Vegas. It is a hot sports ticket, and it makes perfect sense because, as I've told you a million times, owners of franchises don't give a darn who's in the seats as long as there are butts in said seat spending money. An NFL owner doesn't care if 100% of the seats are sold are to the away team as long as 100% of the seats are sold. 2 weeks ago, the Vegas Raiders hosted the Green Bay Packers, and there were more Packers fans in the building than there were Raiders fans. But that's not because the fan base is bad. The Raiders then played a game in Los Angeles a week later, and there were more Raiders fans than Chargers fans at a Chargers game. It's just that the Raiders didn't care that there were Raider fans in the seats, just that there were fans in the seats. Well, John Fisher sold the soul of his franchise in order to be the MLB team that gets to move to Las Vegas, and he hurt a lot of people in the process. Well, Trevor May has decided to call it a career. Now, maybe it's because Trevor May was an average pitcher, or maybe, just maybe, it's because Trevor May couldn't be an Athletic anymore to say this.
To the A's organization and every single person part of it, I love all of you. Every single one of you except for one guy. And we all know who that guy is. Sell the team, dude. I tried to get a sell shirt. It didn't get here fast enough. Sell it, man. Let someone who actually takes pride in the things they own something. There's actually people who give a shit about the game. Let them do it. Take mommy and daddy's money somewhere else. Dork. And also, if you're gonna just be a greedy, own it. There's nothing weaker than being afraid of cameras. So that's one thing I really struggled with this year, was not just eviscerating that guy. Do what you're gonna do, bro. You're whatever. You're a billionaire. They exist. You guys have all this power. You shouldn't have any because you haven't earned any of it. But anyway, whatever. It is what it is. Reality is you got handed everything you have, and now you're too soft to sit and stand in front or take any responsibility for anything you're doing. Yeah, whatever. Oakland is Oakland. You can make all the cases. It's not a great city. But you're putting hundreds, if not thousands, of people out of work that have worked somewhere for decades, and you haven't acknowledged that at all. So just be better. That's all we're asking. Just be a human being.
Yep, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I don't really need to add anything else. Just be a better don't be a
dork.
He also said soft in there. I don't know if you caught that.
Yep. It was pretty bad. Pretty bad. John Fisher sold the soul of the franchise in order to move it to Vegas. Now, this is a weird spot because on one hand, yes, it's his team, right? Just like anything else, it's his team. If somebody tells me they're taking their car and they're wrecking it intentionally, or they're this or they're that, that's fine. But the line in the sand for me has always been drawn with, I don't care what you do until you start hurting other people. When you start actively hurting other people, that's where I have a problem. And I think Trevor May did a great job of pointing that out. Not only is he hurting the fans of Oakland, a franchise that has been in Oakland since the late 50s, a fan base that is very, very proud, a fan base that loves their Oakland Athletics. Not only is he hurting them, but for those of you that have never been to a Major League Baseball game, there's like a whole city that goes up around any stadium on game day. And considering there's about 80 home games, 81, 82, 83 home games in a given year, that is a lot of people who rely on that industry, that team for their money. And he has moved it to make a few more $1 million in Las Vegas. And on top of that, he's going to, as we have seen with the Raiders, effectively diminish the fan base down to a joke. And I hate it. I hate it. Do I have any right? Does Trevor May have any right to tell him not to do that with his team? Nope. I'm not arguing what we do, that we do. I am saying it's gross. And just because I don't have the right to tell him not to do it doesn't mean I don't have the right to tell him that he sucks, I don't like him, and that he is a giant
dork.
You know who's not a giant?
Dork.
Lonzo. And Lonzo right now is going to give you our Rob Brown Show Sports Flash, where he's going to give you some of the biggest stories in sports, and he's going to do it right now.
Yes, I am not a large dork. I can't even say the word. Yeah, I'm not that. I'm a steady nerd. That's a sturdy nerd.
Dork.
Yeah, sturdy nerd. That's hard to say. Stop it. Stop it. Yesterday, Panthers head coach Frank Reich said he was handing play calling control over to the offensive coordinator, former Sean McVay assistant Thomas Brown. So we'll see if that changes anything for the 0-6 Panthers. In the American League Divisional Championship is now 2-0 in favor of the underdogs as the Texas Rangers knocked off the Houston Astros 5-4. And the National League Championship Series got underway last night as Philly took down Arizona 5-3. Tune in Thursday night at 7:30 for Thursday Night Football as the Jags take on the Saints right here on your home for the NFL, the Fan Upstate. Not a dork. Sturdy nerd. Sturdy. It's hard to. Why is that hard to say? Sturdy. I can't. I don't. I'm having difficulties with my speech right now. Stop looking at me. No, don't stop. Look at me. Hang around, Rob. I'll be back.
By visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Rivers, the owner of Mr. Sparky of the Upstate. There's nothing worse than calling our electrician and not having them show up when they say they're going to. At Mr. Sparky, we're America's on-time electrician. The Mr. Sparky guarantee, we're on time, you'll see, or the repair is free. The next time you need an electrician, go to Mr. Sparky of the Upstate.com.
Sturdy, nerdy, wordy. Easier to say than sturdy nerd because you want to. That's why I'm. Yeah.
Dork.
Don't call me names.
I wasn't calling you. I was just saying dork. Because it makes me laugh a lot.
Shout out to Mark Shelley because he didn't even hesitate with the "we are" thing. It was worth a shot. I wish someone would get hints and not want to talk about business on the stream.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills.
Oh, now I got to watch this because it looks like Jade Cargill is laughing and making fun of Becky as she walks away, as she should. Not competition for you, Jade. Look to Charlotte. That's where you need to go. You skipped NXT. She's going back to it.
Bex?
Yes. Because she doesn't understand what her character should be, and she had to go back to developmental to try to figure out her place.
No. Just go back to being the man. It was the greatest character.
It was not.
It was the best.
It was stolen. It was stolen. It was stolen. I mean, find something original. I mean,
yes, because wrestling is full of original choices.
Someone had to do it first.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. The final hour of the Raw Brown Show goes now. This is the Fan Upstate.
Oh, I'm not going to do it now.
Dork.
Great to have you guys along for the ride. I am Rob Brown, the great Alonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass this morning. Should you elect to be a part of the radio broadcast, you can do it right now at 844-326-3663. You can text us at 71307, 71307. That is the number. You can text us on the madworldattractions.com text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N. We'll read them on the air. We are looking for and conglomerating this AM your hot takes. It's getting hot in here. So hot. I want your hot takes like this one. Texter says, purple and orange is a terrible color combination and makes you look like a clown.
That is not a hot take. That is definitely accurate.
I don't have an issue with the purple and orange. But then again, I dress loud. So, you got to be loud to pull off purple and orange. You just got to have some personality to you. All right. Text said, Rob, hot take, Bill Belichick is the most overrated coach ever. It's getting hot in here. So hot. I would absolutely say that that's a hot take. Let me tell you where I disagree with it.
Nope.
I don't think Bill Belichick is the most overrated coach of all time because I do think there is one massive mistake that a lot of coaches make. Sometimes that mistake is that they don't get out of the way. They don't let their guys be their guys. They don't take advantage of the skills and ability of guys on the roster. And I think Hoodie recognized what he had in Tom Brady and basically said, dude, do what you got to do, right? And while a lot of people will say, well, what do you need a coach for that? Somebody's got to pull the whole thing together. But I think it is I have seen a lot of coaches fail because they don't let their dudes be their dudes.
Yeah, but who's the better GM, Bill Belichick or Jerry Jones?
No. See, that is the second part. I think Bill Belichick is not an overrated coach. I think Bill Belichick did a great job, and I think Bill Belichick has been saddled with a bad roster. Where Bill Belichick fails is that Bill Belichick built the roster.
He bought the groceries.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what you just said, but yeah.
Yes. I think Bill Belichick has failed as a general manager. That's been Hoodie's problem. I don't think it has anything to do with Tom Brady or his ability to coach. I think Bill Belichick's failed as a GM. I think somebody else has got to buy the groceries and then let Hoodie cook, right? Now, do those two things go hand in hand to some degree? Every coach is going to have a hand in how his roster is constructed. Every coach is going to have something to say about the guys that are on the squad. Every coach is going to have something to say about it. But Hoodie is the guy. And I think it's come back to bite him in the backside. Now, I will say this. I think Rob Brown could have been a good NFL coach if he had Tom Brady available to him, right? I think the fact that Tom Brady won a Super Bowl in Tampa the year after he left is pretty much evident that you don't have to call him the GOAT, but you certainly have to have him in the conversation for it, right? So I don't think Hoodie has failed as a coach because I think a lot of coaches have had opportunities with guys and they don't let their guys be their guys because it's more important to them that they win and get to go, we won because of me, as opposed to we won because I got out of the way and let somebody else be him. And I think Hoodie was very good at that. But I think he blew it, to be honest with you. I think he blew it. And so Bill Belichick, the GM, I would absolutely say is not very good at his job. But I would also say he was a pretty good coach in the amount of time that he had and the amount of success he had with Brady because he recognized Brady was him and got the hell out of his way. Skrilla texts in and says, hot take. It's getting hot in here. So hot. No more Beamer Ball in Columbia in 2025. We also had a texter earlier in the show that said, Rob, hot take. It's getting hot in here. So hot. Gamecocks fire Beamer in 2 years and hire Coach Prime. That's from Spur Daddy. Here's my thing. This is what I would say. There are two names that every time that any college football fan across America is unhappy with their football team, they run to say that these two guys should be their next head coach. You know who those two guys are? Deion Sanders is one, and Urban Meyer is the other.
Nope.
I have seen Michigan State fans say it's Urban time. I've seen Nebraska fans who are in the first year of a rebuild project with a head coach say it's Urban time.
Wait, well, who's the coach?
Matt Rule.
One of us.
One of us. No.
Inconceivable.
No, just stop. Just stop. I asked for your hot takes, dudes, but like,
I mean, this is what you want. I mean, this is what the segment's about. I mean,
here's the thing. Here's my question. And I mean, the Spur Daddy sent that other text in. Skrilla on the text line now. Here's my sincere question. Do you believe that? Like, the key to a hot take is that it's got to be something that I feel like I have to push back against. It can't be so out of left field that I'm like, I don't feel like it's anything I need to spend time talking about on this illustrious radio broadcast.
Hot take. Dabo steps down his play caller and hands the play calling off to his OC.
It's getting hot in here. So hot. I don't know. I felt like the play calling was a little more open last week against Wake Forest. It was unsuccessful, but it was more open.
That was
right?
2 weeks ago.
Or 2 weeks ago. That's right. Off the bye. You get it. So I would say a couple of things. And I said this yesterday. I posted a video up on Twitter, on Instagram, on Facebook, and on TikTok. Word. Where I talked about the fact that the Shane Beamer press conference from Saturday after the loss to Florida was the first time that I kind of felt a little anxiety. I felt a little panic. I felt a little concern about the program. And if you missed that video, I basically said in it, as a response to Shane Beamer saying we were calling pressures and then we weren't running them. To me, I sat there and tried to come up with as many possible reasons as to why that might be the case as I could. I came up with 3. Number 1, the calls aren't getting to the players, or they are getting to the players and the players don't know them. That's a coaching problem. Number 2, the calls are getting to the players and they can't run them. They're just not talented enough. That's a coaching problem. Or number 3, the coaches are getting the calls to the players and the players are refusing to run them. And that's a coaching problem. Now, I acknowledge, because I know ball, that sometimes, a blitz will have a condition to it, right? Your man on the running back, if the running back stays in the block, you blitz, right? And if you're on the running back and it's a called blitz, but the running back runs a flat route, you go with him. You do not blitz the quarterback. You go with the running back. There are conditions, there are rules, but that's not what Shane was saying. Shane wasn't saying, I turned into Sean Connery for no reason. Shane wasn't saying that you don't blitz. What Shane was saying is that when you blitz carefully. C-, Sean Connery.
It worked well in the segment, though. It's a good cover for
all intents and purposes. Your mother, Trebek. Okay. Anyway, I think that there's an issue there. I don't think anybody is even the folks online, #online, that got all up in my case about this. They're like, oh, you took it out of context. Well, what's the context, right? But here's the good news. The good news is while I can't come up with, personally, you may be able to, while I can't come up with a good reason or excuse as to why things are the way that they are, as to why that was a problem that the Gamecocks had, while I can't come up with a good reason or excuse for them, that doesn't mean that there isn't one. Maybe somebody can give me one. I can't come up with it. Maybe someone can give me one. The good news is you're still, it's the 3rd year. You are 2.5 years deep, 2.5 seasons deep. The first recruiting class for Shane Beamer, because of the timing he came in, the first full recruiting class of Shane Beamer are sophomores right now. They're young. They're still kids. They're young. So there's time to learn. There's time to fix it. The question mark for me was, is Shane going to have it in him to make the correct decisions here? Rob, what are the correct decisions? Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the correct decisions are. But it's not my job to make them. I can give you my speculation. I can give you my thoughts. I can give you some beliefs that I hold on the situation. But the great news about radio, Lonzo, is that, as I have said many times, we talked about this yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? With Captain America, Chris Evans down the hall. The beautiful thing about radio is that if I'm wrong, the accountability at the max is I got to eat a little crow on the air. If I make a pick for the direction of the Gamecocks and the Gamecocks don't work out going that direction, I'm not going to get fired for it. I'm only going to get fired if you guys don't respond to me. If you don't interact with that hot take, then I'm in trouble. But if I say Shane should fire the defensive coordinator and he does that and they're worse next year, South Carolina's not going to fire me. They would Shane. So it's a tougher spot, but that comes with a $6.3 million paycheck. You're expected to make tough decisions, have conversations that are difficult to have, and make personnel moves that hurt your feelings and hurt your friends' feelings. That's part of the territory, right? But I would like to know if there are any, how many South Carolina Gamecock fans today, if I gave you the option right now today, you got to make a decision. 3 more years of Shane Beamer guaranteed, or you can fire him today. Which one are you going with? Because I got to go 3 more years of Shane Beamer.
Yeah, I also have to go through more years for sure.
For sure. If I gave you Gamecock fans, go ahead and answer this. Text line 71307, start your text with fan. And I'll make it real simple. I'm giving you, it's a hypothetical, all right? I'm not going to let Lonzo kill this one.
Your hypotheticals are bad. You should make this into a poll, by the way, before someone steals it.
I don't disagree. I really should, and I will. But I'll also take it on the text line right now. I am going to give you the option, South Carolina fans. There are 2 buttons in front of you. A button labeled A and a button labeled B. You must push one. You are locked in a room that will not open until you push a button. Button A, if you push it, the door will unlock and you can leave, and Shane Beamer is guaranteed 3 more years as the head coach of the Gamecocks of South Carolina. If you push the button labeled B, the door will open and you can leave, and Shane Beamer is fired on the spot. Which one are you going with? I know there are some uneasy feelings. As I pointed out also in that video, this team's going to be fighting for bowl eligibility. Fighting for it.
Is there food in that room?
Nope.
Is it like really?
Nope. No food, no beverage, nowhere to lay down. Can't even see.
All right.
It's a sauna.
Is it a very small room?
It's very uncomfortable.
Okay. All right.
Very uncomfortable. You got 5 minutes and then you're going to pass out. You got to make a decision. All right. So my question for you is, you pushing A, giving him 3 more years, or you pushing B and firing him today? I got to assume that 90+% of Gamecock fans are pushing A to give him 3 more years, right? Like I said, uncomfortable questions, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Best analogy you've ever given.
Thank you. I worked on that one for 0 minutes. We got IT Gamecock in the stream. First answer in. He says 3 more years. I give him 3 more years. Yeah, I think you have to, right? Because what Shane just brought up, as far as I'm concerned, what Shane just brought up with the we're calling pressures and they're not running them, it's a coaching problem, yeah. Is it one that I automatically say is on Shane Beamer? In as much as it's his football program, yeah.
He put his DC on notice. That's what he did.
I think you might be right.
Yeah, he did. We've seen other coaches do that in the media before. I think that's what it comes down to. He put his DC on notice. And he can look to the recent past to see what happened with the OC last year.
Yeah.
So
we saw, as was told to us earlier this morning by one of our dear listeners, Clayton White, the DC at South Carolina, has locked his Twitter account down. It is now private. Okay, you can't read his stuff anymore. This comes 2 days, 3 days, whatever, 2 or 3 days after Shane Beamer said we were calling pressures and they weren't getting run, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I don't understand. Based on what happened with Satterfield, right? Where the rumor was that last 2 games of the year, Shane Beamer took over play calling from Satterfield, and that Satterfield knew he was on the way out, so they gave him the opportunity to take another job elsewhere as opposed to being let go, right? Are you getting the same vibe about the DC this year? And then there's one more question. If Shane Beamer had to fire his offensive coordinator after year 1 and go with Dow Loggins, a guy that was found, from my understanding, with Shane's input, but a decision made with Shane and the athletic department. And then in year 3, he's got to fire his defensive coordinator because the defense is the problem. Does that give you concern about his ability to run a coaching staff? I don't know. I know I am not on a full-on panic, but you better believe I'm apprehensive. So I'll ask you, South Carolina fans, 71307 is the text line number. Text in fan A if you're giving Shane 3 more years, unquestioned, guaranteed, you can't fire him at any point. Or fan B if you would fire him today if those were your only 2 options. You can't go, oh, one more season, 2 more seasons. It's either 3 more guaranteed or fired today. I got to assume it's like almost consensus 3 more years, right? Like it's consensus 3 more years. But I've seen a lot of disgruntled Gamecocks on the internet the last 3 days. And you should be. You should not be happy with the loss against Florida this weekend. There was no reason for it. No excuse for it. It was just bad football down the stretch. We've got, right out the gate, 3 A's, 3 more years. Our buddy Ryan from Tap Outs and Touchdowns is one of them. We got a couple other texts that have come in. Fan A, Fan A, Fan A. So we'll keep that question up. I'm going to put it up on the poll. The Fan Upstate on Twitter. Make sure you hit us up there. Let's run to a break. When we come back here in just a minute, I've got a few more stories that I want to get into. We've got some baseball. We've got some basketball. And I've got a Tiger Woods story coming up that I actually really love. That's not a joke. I am Rob Brown. He is the great Malonzo. When you were listening to the Rob Brown Show, you're listening to the Fan Upstate. All right, guys. Live read right here. Stay right there. We'll be right back.
773 Network. That's AmericanEagle.com. 773 Network.
Herman might like 5 forks. A lot of co-eds.
Just received this from Odie.
He speaks my language.
Oh no, he'd make you blush. His response is he's mean. Yes, he is. He kind of has to be because of what he deals with, but some of it's over the top. Sometimes people are mean because it's fun for them and funny. I'm not talking about him. He's talking about the person he's dealing with. Talking about the person downstairs. I am the keeper of the peace. That's what I do. I never cause problems with anybody.
Mm-hmm.
I solve those problems. People come to me and go, I have aught against this person. What should I do? And I tell them the nice way to do it because I am nice. He's just trying to help me, but it's hurting himself and others by trying to help me, and that's not necessary. And it's all Diesel's fault. So,
sure.
Well, he requested a day off late.
How dare he?
And no,
The
it was kind
audacity.
of late. So, and I hate scheduling. I don't want to take it away though. That's the only power I have. We don't drink coffee, neither one of us. But if you do, good for you.
All right, here we go. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. Final 40 of the radio broadcast. Rob and Lonzo with you on a beautiful upstate Tuesday morning. Look at that October blue sky,
Are
man.
we going like 10 over? You said like the final 40?
Yeah, final 40 minutes.
No, it's the
Final 34.
okay. I just
Final technically like 29.
I didn't know if we were going over into the next program. I mean,
we might
be pulling an AEW or a WWE and we're going 10 over.
We're going 10 over, baby.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, 844-326-3663. Text us 71307. What I thought was going to happen has happened. Text line overrun with texters picking option A. That is, Beamer gets 3 more years guaranteed, right? Good. I think that's the right call, right? Like I said, I don't think you necessarily need to wake up today and go, you're perfectly happy with everything, right? Fiance and I had a discussion Sunday, right? We had a spat, a lover's quarrel.
Disagreement.
Sure. And if you know Rob, Lonzo can probably attest to this. Rob Brown, in the face of conflict, I shut up. I go quiet. I don't like conflict. I avoid it. I would rather wait till everybody calms down and cooler heads prevail. We butted heads a little bit. And then I woke up the next day. And after the show Monday, I had to go get my stuff to clear myself out for my procedure on Friday. And
Human drainer.
Yep. And in the process, I stopped by her place of employment with a big old bouquet of flowers, and I apologized. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry. I acted like a jerk last night. And she was like, I don't need this. You don't need to be sorry. It was a disagreement. It's fine. It's going to happen, right? And I'm trying to adopt that mentality of like, it's okay to set a boundary, to go, I'm not okay with this, and recognize it doesn't mean you don't like or love or whatever the other person, but sometimes you just go, hey, I'm not okay with this, right? And we need to figure out a compromise. And I kind of feel like it's okay to be in that spot with Shea Bieber right now. Like I said, there's a lot of good arguments about why the job Shane has in front of him is a very difficult one. I've asked this question to Lonzo before, and I'll ask it to him one more time. Lonzo, if I asked you in one adjective to describe the state of the program, I wasn't here. Well, I actually was here, but at the very, very tail end. If I asked you for one adjective to describe the state of the Gamecocks football program when Will Muschamp became an ex-Gamecock coach, how would you describe it in one word?
Meh.
Uh-huh.
I'm not even sure. That probably is a word by now.
Yeah, I accept that as a word. I accept meh as a word. Texas said, too bad Muschamp didn't get the same vote of confidence from being this mediocre. And I would say, listen, as somebody who was watching from a distance at that point in my life, in my career, what would you base that vote of confidence on? Because with Shane, I can give you some things.
Yeah.
Right? I can give you the culture. I can give you the popularity. I can give you a full Willie B that is absolutely bumping for a Furman game at noon on a Saturday. Right? I can give you the best back-to-back recruiting classes Carolina's had since Steve Spurrier was there. Maybe better than that in back-to-back seasons. I can give you the excitement. I can give you a 63 on the scoreboard over Tennessee. I can give you 31-30 over Clemson. I can give you a lot of things to lean on. My question would be, if I asked you for the same thing, what would the vote of confidence for Will Muschamp be based on?
By the way, Muschamp gave us glasses on the tip of his nose. According to the Oxford Dictionary, meh as an adjective, it also means uninspiring, unexceptional. So meh actually is in the dictionary.
I accept
and I believe that is a picture of Will Muschamp.
Oh,
yeah. That's a picture of Will Muschamp for sure.
So, like I said,
he's so meh he wasn't even mid.
I can point at things going on right now that, to me, I believe, justify a vote of confidence for Shane Beamer, to which I would push A and say I accept. Like, this is a thing. Texas said, Rob, I'll use W's versus L's as my litmus test. I think that's fine. But I also think there are stages to this, right? Now, don't let me be abundantly clear about
you're
this.
Supposed to be going, if you put Muschamp here and you put Beamer here, they're both the same, except for Muschamp's better. Yeah, I'm going to prove it for like 4 hours.
So there are stages to this, in my opinion, right? It is unfair to say I expect the same results out of Shane Beamer that I'm getting out of Ryan Day. I expect the same dubs out of Shane Beamer that I get out of Nick Saban, right? I don't think the program is at that level.
Because there were both those guys winning traditions. So the next guy is going to be expected to have that kind of winning tradition, and South Carolina historically hasn't had that. It took Clemson a long time for Dabo to get them to where they expected to win, which is why they're having trouble right now as far as the fan base dealing with the fact that they have 2 losses. You want to get to that point. South Carolina isn't there. They came close under Spurrier when he was actually paying attention, but that's as close as they ever got. And it's not a tradition. Their tradition is to be middle of the pack at best. Pack, not packed, because it's 2 totally different things.
So if you're using dubs and L's as the litmus test, don't get me wrong. If this team doesn't make a bowl game, that's a step backwards.
Oh, without a doubt, it's a step backwards.
It's a step backwards. If this team doesn't make a bowl game, that's a step backwards. I think making a bowl game at 6-6, I could argue, is a step backwards. Now, there are some issues. You lost Jaheim Bell. You lost Marshawn Lloyd over to USC. You took a step back, right? Don't tell me Marshawn Lloyd wouldn't make this football team better.
I hit the button. You saw my finger on. It's all right. It counts. Marshawn Lloyd, yes. The other guy, I forget what his name
Jaheim
was.
Bell?
Oh, yeah.
Multiple touchdowns scorer for the Seminoles of Florida State, the number 4 team in the country.
Tight end probably wouldn't make a difference. Let's face it. The offense is not the problem for South Carolina. So I get what you're saying, that those guys might have made a difference, but what difference would they have made? This offense is really, really good. So the defense is beyond bad.
I think the first couple of weeks before this coaching staff figured out to make the switch to Mario Anderson to RB1, having Marshawn Lloyd there would have regulated that, right? Having those two guys as a 1-2 punch would be enormously valuable, I think, at this point. A happy Jaheim Bell is absolutely a weapon. Like, you can argue with me all you want, but Mike Norvell is proving to you right now that a happy Jaheim Bell makes for a weapon within an offense that knows how to utilize him. Now, as I've said many times, there has been an added element to coaching at every school at every level now at the college football level. There's another element to coaching now, which is keeping guys within the program happy enough that they want to stay within the program, right? And being able to recruit well out of the portal. Joey B pulled a stat for me last week. I wish I had it. He may be able to find it. I'll see if I can get in touch with him if he kept it. But if you look, I want to say it's like through the top 22 or 23 teams or something like that in college football, all of them have at least like 30. I'm going to do the math after this show, but all of them have at least like 30% of their offensive yards generated this year by at least one transfer portal player or more. Again, I look at Florida State. That is a portal team, right? Jordan Travis is a portal guy. Jaheim Bell's a portal guy. Keon Coleman's a portal guy. Johnny Wilson's a portal guy. They're all portal guys doing that. So part of it is recruiting out of the portal, and part of it is recruiting in your own program to keep guys there. But we can put that aside for just a minute. I think the discussion that I would hone in on here for Shane Beamer would be, you've taken a step back this year. There's no argument. But I would also argue injuries have been a massive part of that, right? We've talked about and complained about the defense. Absolutely, without a doubt. But they've been racked with injuries this year. Offensively. You hadn't had Juice since what? Week 1, you had him for a handful of snaps against Georgia before he tweaked the foot and had to go out again. How much different does this offense look? As good as it's been with Xavier Legette as the one, how much better does it look with Juice across from XL? Dramatically, right? So there are what I would consider reasons. I define reasons as things that impact you that are outside of your control. Excuses are things that impact you negatively that are within your control. Injuries are outside of your control, unless you're causing them somehow, but I can't think that's the case, right? Texter says, and I think this is a fair point to consider as well. Imagine this same team with a freshman quarterback and tell me you're giving 3 more years guaranteed. Oh, let's be abundantly clear. This team is where this team is because Spencer Rattler is playing out of his mind, right? This team might be worse. Scratch that. This team would be worse without Spencer Rattler. I don't know how much worse. Like, I don't think they're losing to Furman if they go freshman quarterback. Would they have lost to Mississippi State? Possibly. Maybe probably, right? Could this team be 1-5 if they didn't have Spencer Rattler? I think the answer is yes. But I'd also point out, 3 of their 4 losses were to the number 21, now top 10 team in the country, the number 1, still number 1 team in the country, and the number 21, now what, 14 team in the country in Tennessee? They have 4 losses. 3 of them are to not just top 25 teams. 2 of them are to top 10 teams. 1 of them to a top 15 team. Like, yeah, you got to get to a point where you can win at least some of those. And 3 years in, you'd like to think that you're bumping up on the point where, hey, we got to win some of these. But last year, they beat Tennessee. Where was Tennessee ranked at the time? Number 2? Last year, they beat Clemson. Where was Clemson ranked at the time? Top 20? Right? So I would point out as another factor in this discussion, over the past 2 years, I don't think that anybody has, realistically, I don't think anybody's had a tougher schedule than Shane Beamer and the Gamecocks. And I say that about this year as well.
All right. According to Bleacher Report and other venues, Rob Gronkowski is coming out of retirement or would like to join the United States flag football team.
We're getting gold, baby. Not only are we getting gold, we're getting gold and then Goldschlager afterwards.
And I quote, he says, hopefully there's no tryouts and they just accept me.
Rob is the unofficial official spokesman of Team USA Flag Football. Yeah, you're in, bud. You're in. I got you for sure. Go ahead and send me the paperwork. I'll get it signed. I'll get it filled out. I'll get it stamped. I'll get it notarized, and I'll get it sent in for you. Absolutely. All right. Texas said if he is getting better classes in than Spurrier with the portal, if he don't win 9 next year, he should be gone. I don't tell you. I think next year will be the first year that I would be comfortable saying, I don't know what's going to be yet, but saying, here's my limit. If you don't hit this many wins, we got to talk. I didn't do that this year. But I'm also going to tell you, I didn't think we'd be fighting for bowl eligibility. Back after this to wrap up the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
I don't know. How old will Gronk be at that point, though? 2028?
So
And if he's inactive, maybe you don't want him.
He's 34. I don't care.
So he'll be almost 40.
Robert Gronkowski, if he went back in the league right now, would be in the top 5 tight ends in the NFL. Today. Like not even like just today in general.
Is back in action this month at the Fox Accor Wellness Arena starting October 21st. So grab a friend and hop on over for a night you won't forget. Tickets on sale at swamprabbits.com.
It's the last blast of summer sale for the Upstate Golf Cart. For a limited time.
He could probably do both, JD, but he's more interested in joining the Olympics right now. Although him on the gold medal stand, I don't know what would happen with that. But
told you, gold medals and Goldschlager. Gold medals and blue ribbons. Yay, USA, Jaeger. I just want to keep coming up with celebratory alcohol slogans.
sounds like someone's going to be day drinking today. That's what it sounds like.
Wish. Starting in 18 minutes.
Thank you for checking the clock, guys.
Restrictive dieting.
Appreciate that.
I just had to eat a candy bar because starting at 10 a.m. today, which is 72 hours out from my examination, I am not allowed specifically to eat seeds, nuts, or corn.
Because those don't really digest.
Correct.
And it's like, they obstruct cameras and stuff.
They don't want it to be a obstacle course in there.
All I can say is yours has been more. Of course, mine was a while ago. Mine was not that. They just said don't eat. Get you some Miralax. I believe it was Miralax.
Yep, that's what I have to get. So it's
like it's not working. It's not working. Oh no, there it is. There it is.
So what's going to be real interesting is that I have my Thursday night 15-minute appearance on Bet for the Cycle, or not Bet for the Cycle, on BetMGM tonight, and I'm questioning do I ask them to move it to either Wednesday night or Friday night, or do I take the risk that mid-interview I'm going to be like, I have to go. Well, you have to go where? No. I just have to go.
Hey, do it for the comedy, man. I mean, because you don't know if it's going to hit you or not at that moment. They don't know what room you're in.
Yeah, they do. We're streaming.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah.
Oh, so the look on your face would be priceless when you have to go. And the camera would still be on as you're running out of the room.
Just yelling from 2 rooms over. I really like Bryce Harper to hit a home run tonight. Texter said, fantasy. Gamecock fans run Beamer off. Clemson fans run Dabo off. Gamecocks hire Dabo. Dabo kicks Clemson's ass every year. I'm going to go with I doubt it, but yes, in some alternate universe that happens, and it would be absolutely hilarious. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, the Rob Brown Show final segment happening right now. I am Rob. He is Lonzo. A couple of things before we get out of here for the day, and I want to go with this. You guys know I love unique stuff on television, right? I love traditional broadcasts. I love traditional sports without a doubt, but I like unique stuff on TV, stuff that kind of breaks up the monotony of regular sports. And we have talked for a while about the TGL that is coming up. That is the Tiger Golf League, which is going to be kind of interesting. It is a team golf competition featuring teams of PGA Tour players competing in an arena outfitted with a virtual course and a physical putting green. Players committed to compete so far include Tiger Woods, Rory McIlroy, John Rahm, Colin Morikawa, Justin Thomas, Matt Fitzpatrick, Justin Rose, Adam Scott, Xander Schauffele, Max Homa, Ricky Fowler, Billy Horschel, and others. It is a who's who amongst the top of the top. Players will compete in 3-man teams before a live audience, and every player will be mic'd up. Players will be dispersed among 6 teams. 4 already have been established. TGL Atlanta is owned by Falcons owner Arthur Blank. TGL Boston is owned by Fenway Sports Group. There is LA Golf Club owned by Serena and Venus Williams, and TGL New York, which is owned by Mets owner Steve Cohen. They have got names involved in this thing. And I already thought, like, this has got the very, very good potential to be something massive. This has got potential to be something enormous and very special, I think, because I look back at some of the different golf events that have gone down outside of just the regular tournaments. I have looked at the Match, which has been a lot of fun. I have looked at, some of the Live Tour stuff, even though I'm not a fan, really kind of took off because it was a little bit different. And I thought this has all of that, plus the added emphasis of it's Tiger, right? I have told you guys multiple times, I think Tiger Woods is the most single influential athlete on an individual sport, right? I think Tiger was more influential to golf than anybody with the exception of, say, Michael Jordan to basketball. And even that I wouldn't say was the case. I still think Tiger was more influential to golf than Michael Jordan was to basketball. Maybe Michael Phelps to swimming. Outside of that, I don't know who else I'd put in that conversation of most influential for a single individual sport. But the fact that Tiger's in on this thing, to me, drives excitement. And then Tiger's got Arthur Blank and Fenway Sports Group and Serena and Venus and Steve Cohen and all these other influential athletes involved. And the players playing in it are like the best of the best, man. Like the best of the best. And I think that is enormous. ABC will air a preview show on December 30th. Regular season matches will take place on Tuesdays inside of a 2-hour window. ESPN will televise the first 2 matches on January 9th, week 1, after the national championship, and week 2 on January 16th, which is the day after ESPN shows an NFL wild card game. We'll get the rest of the TGL slate later on in the year, but it is scheduled to run from January through the end, like through the winter, like a year. That's incredible, man. That's incredible. It's going to work around golf tournaments so these guys can show up and play. I think it's spectacular. And this is kind of the stuff that I have been arguing for a very, very long time. A very, very long time. This kind of stuff is the kind of stuff that needs to be promoted. These are the type of things that grow sports. These are the type of things that grow your fan base, grow your audience, right? Because here's the thing. Lonzo, I'm probably not talking Lonzo into watching 6 hours of golf on a Sunday afternoon, even if it's the Masters.
Yeah, I'm probably not staying awake for that.
Right. Here's my question. If Tiger runs a 2-hour technology-driven video game style golf league with the best golfers in the world for an hour and a half on a Tuesday night, I'm not saying you will watch all of them, but do I have a better chance of getting you in for that?
Maybe, but we've had discussions before how watching esports to me is not really that entertaining.
Right,
and
but
this
is a nice mix, though, right? Because these guys still got to get up there and hit the golf ball. They're not using a controller. They're still hitting the golf ball. They still got to hit it.
It's watching buddies play the golf simulator. I mean, it doesn't get me.
That's fair. I feel like,
and I played some golf video games before, and they're kind of fun, but I just don't want to watch someone else do it.
So I guess my question is, would you be more likely to watch this than a regular golf tournament?
If it's the Masters, I'd rather watch the Masters.
Okay, I respect that. I think
Just to hear the sultry voice talking.
Hello, friends.
Yes. I mean, it's worth it for that.
I think that based on what I have seen in the past, and especially as we have
I think you
about,
just want to do this. That's what I think. I think you're excited because you want to do this, and I don't blame you.
100% I want to do it, but 100% I want to watch it, right? I 100% want to watch it. And so I guess what I'm kind of driving at here is with the establishment of esports, Twitch is predominantly dudes and chicks sitting around playing video games and people tune in to watch them do it. Now I get the best golfers in the world kind of doing a mix. I don't know, man. I think it could be electric. You add some music, some lights, some hype, a scoring system. Like, I think it could be great. But then again, I am a huge
dork.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to wrap up the show the way that we always wrap up the show, with a little bit of this.
And now, the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
All right, time to ask Rob what the X is going on, and he will regale us with that. All right, go ahead. Oh, I thought you were going to read what Keegan said.
Put it up on the stream.
Okay, all right. Well, usually when you do that, you read that. I just all right.
He said I like watching homies do homies things.
Yeah,
I love that.
Yo, homie, do it. The first thing that's Xing is Tony Stark.
Tony Stark Xing, I am going to assume it is because there is a mild optimism that we may get a return of some iteration of Tony Stark in the new Marvels movie upcoming.
No, Tony Stark died today. This is the date that he died, that he did the snap.
Like in the movie?
Yes. This is the
MCU?
date. Yes.
That's interesting. Well, R.I.P. Tone. I did find this interesting.
So if it gets a little more crowded out there.
You know why?
Yeah.
I did find it interesting. I saw the new trailer for the Marvels movie, which, like, yeah, I'm going to go see it. I'm not, like, over the moon about it, but I'm going to go see it. But there's an interesting part in the new trailer that was not in the first trailer where Kamala says to somebody, I hope you don't get mad, but I called a friend. And then the screen cuts and they don't tell you who that is. Who's that leave the door open for? Unless she's setting up calling Captain Marvel within the movie. But that seems like a weird way to do it because you've already shown Captain Marvel multiple times in that trailer. She is opening the door for somebody in the main Avengers cast to show up and pitch in there, right?
Unless she's grabbing a friend that was in her series. I guess I get why that would let you down, but that's
I feel like
still
you
a
got to go
possibility.
bigger than that in the movie, right? Like, I feel if you're going to put Kamala in the movie, you've got to go bigger than, just grabbing another B character. You got to bring in one of the tanks there, I think.
Well, we'll see. That
Yeah,
comes
we will.
out November 10th, unless they move it
Are you
again.
excited about that? I'm mildly excited about it.
Here's why I'm excited. I like Kamala. I like that. I thought the series could have been a little bit better, but her as an actress in that part, I really liked it. And I like the idea of the teen superhero being amongst arguably one of the strongest in that
I
universe.
agree.
And also, I want more Monica Rambeau because she was great in WandaVision. How is she adjusting to having powers? So yeah, I'm interested. All right, I think we got time for one more, and that would be Sting is Exon.
Sting! Sting is going to be addressing the AEW audience this evening, the fans tonight.
It's tomorrow. Is it tonight again?
Oh,
Is
no,
it
no,
on
no,
Tuesday?
that's
Yeah.
right. It moved
Okay.
back. It moved
Yeah,
back
yeah.
tomorrow.
So hopefully he's retiring. I love Sting. He's my favorite wrestler of all time. Do it, man. Do it. Stop wrestling.
I'm good if he sticks around, but I would be 100% fine if he reverts to
Call it a career, man. Call it.
to a manager's role.
You're still awesome, but live. Call it a career.
Dork.
Not Sting. He's talking about me.
That's it for us. Ladies and gentlemen, a 20-hour break, and then we're back tomorrow to do it all over again. Got a bunch of stuff we're going to jump into on tomorrow's show, so make sure you're here for Lonzo. My name is Rob Brown. Thank you very much for listening.
I'm going to drink a lot of beer tonight, Jim. Budweiser.
We'll see you back here tomorrow on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Later. Yeah!
The course of night for Rob is in about 20 minutes.
No, Keegan and I were talking yesterday. I got to make more videos. So I'm going to go home and make another video.
Well, if you
I
just
make
get
videos-
faster at it, you know.
Well, if I get faster, it means I can make more than one a day. And if I get to the point where I'm making more of them, that's great. Honestly, there's two reasons to make the video. One is to put more content out there for people to find. And the other is to do something that prevents me from taking a nap. That's it. Those are the reasons.
Yeah, because closing your eyes for a couple minutes is a mistake, as
Correct.
I found out yesterday.
There's no such thing.
It's like, look, I got this whole day to do stuff, and then you wake up and the day's gone. Oh, well.
All right, dudes and dudettes, you're all spectacular people. I appreciate all of your
Not all of you are
camaraderie.
spectacular. Some of you are even
Some of
better
you are
than
very
that.
bland.
Some of you are even better than spectacular. I don't know what he's doing.
But we like you anyway. Anyway, have yourself a lovely rest of your day. Come back tomorrow. We're going to do it all over again with even more fun and shenanigans to be had. See ya.